Si, en plus. Donc, ouais.
Tu vas te brancher en direct à l'ordi, mais ta caméra. C'est
Eh, 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 eh. Normalement, tu as du son.
Cool.
This one here. On off. Now it's on. So it's
Hello.
that is online.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Here will be more. I will communicate. I think.
Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, thank you.
I just sit here.
Don't mean to rush you. Okay. It's okay. We have a couple of minutes. It's okay.
What do you want? Okay. What do you want?
Hey, hey.
Okay. All right. All right, now that's working. Good. If I could just ask everyone to make your way to your seats, we're just about to kick off. Thank you. Okay. And I think we're good to go. So hello and welcome to this FARMRes conference, the final conference. Welcome to all of you in the room, also to welcome you all online. And today we're going to be talking all about building commitments to good mental health in farming. My name is Natasha Foote. I'm an agri-food journalist. I'm based here in Brussels. I have the pleasure of moderating this conference today. Now, I thought a lot about how I wanted to kick off this conference, and I decided actually to kick off with a little anecdote of my own to humanize this, but also because this is always the story that I think of with every discussion that we have here in Brussels on mental health in farming. Don't worry, I'll get to all the usual housekeeping points in a minute, but before I get there. So last summer, I worked on a farm in the Pyrenees, in the French mountains. And the farmer I was going to be working for, he had a farm, he also had a butcher's and a restaurant. And I turned up very excited to get stuck into farming life, but also to learn how he had managed to be so successful in such a remote region. And the first thing he told me when I got there was that he was shutting and selling everything. The combination of administrative struggles with the local authority, financial difficulties, slow tourism, which never really got back up to speed after COVID, and crucially, the tipping point, drought and climate change. And that was the final straw. So I spent many a night with Nicolas, up late, talking, going over ways to save his farm and the life that he loves so much, but also practically how to get the much needed water to his animals. And I wasn't able to give him all the answers he needed, of course. I was only really able to be an ear to listen and a willing volunteer to get down in the well to try and figure out if there was any water left, but that's a different story. But the experience really, really stayed with me. It was such an insight into the mental health issues that farmers face. And for me, the story exemplifies why this topic deserves special attention. So I think mental health as a theme is becoming more and more talked about, which is a great thing. But the issues that farmers face are so particular, and it's really important to shine a light on the specific issues that farmers face, and also to humanize these discussions, talk really about the people, the livelihoods, the families, the way of life behind these discussions. So that brings us to the FARMRes project. You're going to hear a lot about this project today over the course of the event, but I'll kick off saying this project is focused on raising farmers' awareness of mental health issues to guide them in shaping their daily lives. It's not only about awareness, raising and prevention, but also detection and first aid involving farmers, their families, and farmers' consultants. Now, in recent months, mental health has leapt onto the European policy agenda with the Commission, the Parliament, the Council, all the institutions, talking a lot about the vulnerabilities faced by farmers. But as we start this new EU mandate, it's important to keep the momentum going, keep mental health high on the agenda, and that's exactly what this conference aims to do. And it's also an opportunity today to access the resources developed by the FARMRes project. We're going to learn a lot more about those. And actually, we have a little video for you. So hopefully, if I click through, and maybe click again. No. Oh. Yes, there we go.
Farming is an amazing and exciting way of life. It is a vocation more than a profession. However, farming life is also the source of stress and anxiety due to a very demanding workload, isolation, financial uncertainty, and the effects of climate change. These are but some of the contributory stress factors that significantly impact on the physical and mental well-being of farmers. Experts report that farmers are more likely to suffer from psychological and mental distress than the general population. However, mental health continues to be a taboo topic in our society, and particularly within the farming community. Our core message is that we need to keep an eye on ourselves, on our families, our business partners, and our enterprising communities. We are delighted to introduce you to FARMRes. FARMRes, Farmers Assistance Resources for Mental Resilience, is an Erasmus Plus project coordinated by the European Council of Young Farmers, CEJA, with 6 partners from 5 different EU countries, and will be available until September 2024. We aim to raise farmers' awareness of mental health matters and to provide guidance to achieve an improved sense of the importance of minding their mental health in their daily lives. How? Through reports about European young farmers' social and labour situation and interrelation with mental health. 16 farmers' success stories in preventing and overcoming mental health problems. And a farmer's mental health and wellbeing training toolkit. This training toolkit aims to bring all the outputs together in one platform, helping farmers to achieve wellbeing and bringing the results closer to mental health experts, developing prevention tools, detection tools, first aid tools. Our mission within the FARMRes project is to reduce stigma around mental health matters. It is relevant and timely that we all play our part in this journey. Cultivate your mental health.
Excellent little flavour there for you of what the project's brought. And today we're going to be discussing exactly that, how to cultivate the mental health in farming. Now, for the housekeeping points that I promised you, just to say that after all of our speakers' interventions, there will be opportunities to ask questions both here in the room and also online. If you're online, you can ask questions via the Q&A function, so really do that. I really recommend and welcome you all to get involved. Let me give a quick overview of the event before we get stuck in. So we're going to firstly hear from a few speakers who are going to set the scene with some opening remarks. We'll then have our first panel, move to a coffee break, and then have a second panel and finish things off with some food at the end, like all good agri-food conferences. So with that, I would like to pass the floor to our first speaker today, and that is Peter Miedendorp, and he's the president of CEJA, and he's going to give his opening remarks. So I pass you the floor.
Yes, Well, thank you very much for showing up here this morning. Also to the members. Well, I've seen most of you already yesterday, but especially also to our external guests and our project colleagues, the partners we worked with within this project. Mental health is a rising topic of relevance also within in CISA. We've been working more and more on this topic over the past years, also because we saw the increasing relevance of it. Of course, with the spark igniting this, also being the Corona crisis where everyone was home. Mental health problems also increased within the farming community, even though staying at home for them was maybe relatively more easy. And this can be seen through a couple of projects we did. Well, this project, of course, but also the landscape project and the Safe Habitats project as well, where we also did an exhibition of mental health art. And within our policy advocacy, we're trying to raise more attention towards mental health as well, also in the strategic dialogue, but also in the policy papers we make. And I think within agriculture, especially for young farmers, this is of most relevant because and there's a cliche of saying that farming is more than a job, it's a way of life. And I think the disadvantage is that it's actually the case, because all of your personal relations are also work relations. You have a personal relationship with your family if you're taking over a family farm, but that also means that you have a work or a business relationship with your father, with your mother, but also with your brothers and sisters who might not want to go into the farm. You have a very close, loving relationship with them, but then at a certain point you also have to be quite harsh business talk because, well, in a lot of the cases it's not possible to divide everything equally among the children, so to say. One wants to take it over, maybe 2 or 3 not. Then you have the in-laws who also have to say something about it, and this gives this mix up of personal and private. Business and private relationship within families, but it goes much more beyond that because normally most of the farmers also have farm friends, and if they have private time, they go with their farmer friends talk about farming. To quote one of the vice presidents yesterday evening, he said, like, yeah, I didn't have any hobbies except when CISA came along. Now CISA is my hobby. Well, that is pretty farm related, I can say. But this also means if you have trouble on your farm financially or climatic, which also then results in financial problem, it is not just your business that is at risk, but also all of your personal relations, both with your colleagues, with your farm friends, and also with your family, because you have this burden of taking over the farm of your father, of your mother, or of non-family members, but still this pressure is there, which makes it much more than just a business failure that you not manage to do a good business with your farm, regardless sometimes of your own work. I mean, if a flood happens, it's not you can be the best farmer in the world, but your vineyards are going to be gone after that, and then good luck with the crisis management we have to try to fix what is left of it. But you know that every time you're going to visit the places and all your personal relationships, this is going to be the subject, because it is most of your relations are farm-based. And this is why I think this is so important, because it's not just about the social side of things, but also about the entirety of being a farmer, which is in the end more of an identity indeed than a job. And this is why we as CISA think it's so important to work on this in these kind of projects, because everyone of our members know deep in the heart that this is very important to them, even though there is indeed some difficulty of talking about it, because, well, emotions are not the thing farmers like to talk about the most, I can say, is a rather general statement. Yeah, and that was it for my introductory remarks. I don't know if there are any questions, but that's not my job.
No, you're all right. The questions are my job. Yeah, you're good. Well, maybe I can kick off and ask you a couple questions before you escape, and we'll also see if anybody else has any questions for you. I suppose my first question is, I mean, you said emotions are not the things farmers find the easiest thing to talk about. I think my first question is, do you see this changing in the younger generations of farmers coming through? Do you see do you see this kind of culture of talking about mental health farming? Is it getting better in the younger generations?
Yeah, I would like to say yes, but I'm not completely sure. I mean, you can see these are topics that when you're in boards and be more active in organizations, then sometimes it happens. But if I really go to also the core friends of I have on the farm who are not particularly active within the Young Farmers organization, they are member but not active. I see there is still a lot of difficulty, so I think it's too easy said that it's solved simply by the next generation. I think it's somewhat better, but I wouldn't talk of a significant change.
Okay, okay. I don't know if anybody else in the room has a question. I might follow up with one more, if not. All right. I'll take the opportunity then. And also on that theme, I wanted to raise the issue, the issue of social media and younger farmers specifically. I know social media, I think both of us know, can be quite a double-edged sword, but I've also seen this kind of rise of farmer influencers, more communities online, more connectivity between farmers. And I know that, you know, specifically younger farmers are more connected on social media. I'm curious to hear your thoughts about how you think that helps the mental health of the farming community.
Well, I indeed think it is a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, for farmers, and I talk from a bit of personal experience here, it's always a bit difficult if you, because there is this sensitivity of farmers and how the rest of the population looks at you. And maybe it's not always there, but sometimes you feel it's there, and then it helps that there are other people who are active on social media showing how nice it can also be to be a farmer, and that is not a back medieval job, so to say. But on the other hand, it also adds upon, as you see with a lot of things of the social media, this ideal picture of being a farmer, and it's always nice, and sun is always shining, and a nice tractor. And then they don't show when the tractor collapses for like the second time that day. You have to go back to the farm again, and there is no bolts because the other guy took them, and then you, at the end of the day, didn't do anything, even though there was so much to do. Those are the parts that are not a lot on the social media.
Yeah, it's a fine line between making it attractive, but also, you know, being honest about the true realities. It's true. Lots of farms, I think, take the Instagram photos at the golden hour, you know, the sunset, so sunsetting.
Also because they're still working then, probably.
Well,
it's also true. A bit double-edged.
Could be the golden hour of the sunrise or the sunset, it's true. Yeah. All right, unless we have any questions here in the audience for Peter or any online, which I don't think there are, then I will let you take your seat. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. Thank you. Excellent, thank you. So we are now moving to our second speaker of the day, and I would like to pass the floor to Sandra Galina, who is the Director General at DG Sante, the Commission's DG Sante, for her opening remarks. So Sandra, I pass you the floor.
If you could take these two, thank you. So, good morning, and as she mentioned, I'm the Director General for health and food safety, meaning that we have the responsibility for health of everything that is above the land, from plants to animals to human beings. Quite a difficult task, and in fact quite a task that requires some stability in terms of mental health also, because it's not an easy job. I must tell you that I seldom accept invites. I'm not a person who likes to go to many events. I have chosen this event, as I said to Marion and Peter that welcomed me. I thank you for your welcome, because I am very attached to the farming world, and I come from farming communities where I can see many issues that do not transpire from the nice videos that we have. And as Peter was saying, you know, the farming world and life is always a bit idyllic in the pictures. It's less idyllic if you're in a farming community where the hospital is at 25 kilometers distance. And if you have a heart attack, you simply die. There's no solution. So let me say to you, we have approached mental health big way in the last mandate. It was a necessity because after COVID, there were some scars, and COVID left many scars in many communities, not just your community, which was already, in my view, very vulnerable, but in many other communities. And the younger the people, the more scars we find. I would say the isolation that adolescents had to go through during COVID left many, many problems, including, I would say, in terms of education, the levels of performance that kids have after those 2-3 years of very bad schooling. It's still there. I think that it's good to have you here. You have many voices, many member states, different, I suspect, different sectors behind you. But, you know, let me say that in farming communities, mental health issues are very often seen as something very sensitive, something which has somehow a bit of a weakness. You say, well, that guy is a bit weak. And that is a stigma. That is a stigma that is very difficult to combat. I can give you examples from my own community of somebody who committed suicide. Nobody wanted to speak about this person. Nobody wanted to, and everybody felt a bit remorse-stricken because they didn't see that the guy was so poorly. He would joke, he would be, you know, the appearance was not at all what people felt was leading to a very sad end. So I would say that you are the younger part, and here I'm very grateful, I would say, to the one who had carried the cross of a project. A project is always a big challenge. When it comes to an end, there is a bit of sadness, but also relief, because, you know, managing a project is a bit like herding cats. You have dates that go on. You need to match the dates that we impose. You need to match many criteria. So it's always a bit of a hero, the one that manages projects. So I would like to have a round of applause for our colleague here who has been leading this. So as I said to you, mental health became a priority during the mandate, and given that we had no money, because this is also the truth, this would require a different approach. I must say that we have seen in the strategic dialogue paper a lot about aging, but I didn't spot anything about mental health. Well, it's what it is. You know, you have to realize that we could not do a strategy. A strategy in the Commission jargon means you put also money behind it. So we had to do a common approach. A common approach means that you go to the member states and you say, listen, with the little money that we can give you, we could be doing certain actions. And therefore, there is quite a lot in terms of actions for young people. You would need to help yourselves to use what is there, but not with the label of farmers, because I don't have a specific farming element. There are 20 actions, so there's a lot. It's a huge catalog of actions. There is a lot of money that we put thanks to the fact that we scraped the barrel from other DGs and all. We put 1.2 billion, so it's not small. It's small by my standards, but, you know, let me say, if you find the right action, you will be able to do much more than simply a toolkit, because the real problem is the prevention. And the prevention is a huge project. Prevention would need that, you know, communities do not look very far from where the action is. There was very recently a very interesting I don't know if it was an Irish film, but in any case, it was Ireland Life, where there was a mother who dies and the two kids, one was living in London, I think, has to come back, and the other kid was handicapped. He was relying on his mother, and there is nothing around them, just countryside. This is Ireland. This is also my place. You only have countryside. The next door neighbor is at 10 kilometers sometimes. So let me say to you, you have a vulnerable group. You need to use that and to use the money that may be provided in these actions. The member states are encouraged, we have encouraged them to take action in terms of awareness so that people realize what it means to be in trouble for mental health, because that is also a moment of denial. People will not recognize they are in burnout, for instance. I think that we have to go really for the prevention, and the prevention matched with a bit of resilience. There are some elements of resilience that can be obtained. By the way, in one of the actions, I know we have resilience for what we call essential workers, meaning also for health workers. Health workers is also a very stressful job. Now, the funding can help these issues, but it's not that it will solve all the issues. I think that there is, you were talking about emotions, but I would say it's beyond emotions, it's the knowledge. There is a knowledge gap in your communities most of the time concerning mental health. Mental health is something that is not necessarily coming across as a topic that you would discuss. And what you don't discuss, it's not expanding in a community, it's not growing. A community grows into topics when they discuss topics. Climate change now is the rage in my community. We have a lot of vineyards, as you said. But, as I was saying to Marion, one of my cousins would need to put come from Friuli, where we have El Collio. So it's premium price wines. It's not any wines. And still, this cousin would not have 40,000 euros to pay for the Gut that we would like to install. So he's thinking how to do it. Best solution is to go to your family and, raise the money with your family. That's what we have always done. But it should not be like that. There's a lot of words, but very little action on that front. Now, on the 10th of October, you will see a jamboree of mental health videos and stuff, because it's the day of mental health, in the world. So I think it would be good even to go through, I would say, any social media that you go through, because there will be a lot that we will put out. And it's to make people alert, to say, do you experience these symptoms? And that way, perhaps people will feel less alone. I want to mention two bodies that are very useful for us to deliver on this mental health comprehensive approach. The WHO Europe. So WHO is, a big body, is in Geneva, but there is WHO Europe that sits in Copenhagen. It's led by a Belgian Director General, Hans Kluge. He is a very good friend of mine, and he does a lot. We have given them a lot of money, and in a sense, they are my best bet to reach you, even to reach you as a community. So in a sense, what I see is a lot of money that could be tapped, but you need to get an entry door, and the entry door at the moment is for youth. And I was talking with Peter. Peter has aspirations that you are not only a youth organization, but you become really a farmers organization. But in this case, I think that the youth label will be much more helpful to access those funds, because really the comprehensive approach was focusing on the younger generations and the disaster that COVID brought about in mental health. So with these few words, I leave you. I will have little time for I would say, questions, because I was meant to stay till 10 o'clock. If there is one question, I can take it. But, really, you should use all the tools that are available for the broader population. I think your case will be very much the prominent one, the priority one. On the other hand, you will have to compete with other communities because there is not a specific pocket for farmers. It's for young people in general. So best of luck. I'm very proud to see such a young crop. And farming has a future if we want it to have a future. And definitely, I personally am committed. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. If there is one question, we can take it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your intervention. Is there one burning question from the audience? Anyone?
I see someone who is looking at others.
Or any online? No. No?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have one question. I'll bring you the microphone.
You mentioned about two organizations, in particular, the World Health Organization. I was just wondering what the second one was.
The second point is I would say the mental part of the World Health Organization, broadly speaking, from Geneva, but it's the mental part. It's quite a feat to. We also have the Red Cross, but the Red Cross is dealing with mental health, not for your group. So it's dealing with the mental health of the marginalized groups. So, you know, it's drug addicts, it's, I would say, gypsies, if you allow me this politically incorrect label, the migrants also. I remember that we have a huge project on migration and mental health. Because, you know, when you hear about these accidents of someone who goes out with a knife in the street, you know, I was trying to explain to my mother, because we had some such case recently in Italy. And I said, you know, the guy has been spurned by society since he arrived with the boat. He has been feeling he was rubbish. At the end of the day, you just are mad. You just are mad. So, you know, there's a lot of mental distress amongst migrants. And this is the Red Cross. The Red Cross is doing, with little money, very good work. I commend them. Other organizations, we are not giving them so much money because we have seen they only do conferences and that sort of stuff, which we are not interested, or at least personally, I'm not interested in paying conferences. We have a struggle with my assistants when I say, are they doing events, conferences, or are they really doing stuff? Because, you know, the money is very little. And of course, conferences are also in part useful. If you go to your rural communities to get the spark in their heads, that's important, but you don't need a lot of money for that. But speaking about mental health is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. I tell you, this guy who killed himself, we would never have suspected he would do that, and it's a disaster. Because the farm now, what can I tell you? The wife doesn't want to continue alone. I mean, it's a disaster. Only thing they didn't have kids, at least, but disaster.
Well, hopefully some conferences are useful. Hopefully this one, for example. Sandra.
No, I don't want to sound somber, but let's take away the idyllic thing. It's quite difficult. The mental health is something you cannot fathom. You do not know who has a problem. You do not know.
Sandra, there's one question at the back. Would you have time for one more question? I'm going to take the microphone. No, there's a microphone coming. Like magic. Excellent. Okay, I'll give you...
Yes, because otherwise online they cannot hear it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you feel that overall the effects from COVID are reversible over time for the youth of our generation?
Very difficult question. I would not presume to have an answer because this is experts, you know, are really... may I say to you that for some, no. For some adolescents, we can see it's quite a serious trough they fell in, and it's very difficult. I tell you the truth, it's not that it is societally visible, but for the parents who have a kid that has fallen into that huge dark hole, We have letters that arrive to me, and what can I do? I'm, in the metaphysical part of health, and member states are struggling. And sometimes, the fact that they could also pretend that they could have a normal life with, I would say, an iPad or an iPhone, has hidden the fact that they did not build any social, emotional skills. I mean, if you want, it's very difficult for them to strike friendship, to have that. We had a long, I don't know, description by an expert of the things that are missing from these kids. It's like when you have an orphan who spent the first 3 months of its life in a bed. You cannot touch an orphan here at the back. Never. Don't do that. They cannot stand it. When they spent 3 or 6 months in a cradle when they were born. So there are things you don't spot, but these kids are really problematic. They will never build back the emotional skills. Lots of, I see in prospect for these families a problematic future. It's not something that pertains to Europe. It's very, very diffuse in Japan and in Korea, quite diffuse. But I don't know why I don't get so many data from US, but perhaps it's a different way of assessing this the emotional skills of kids. No, thank you.
Hope that's your
Very
questions.
interesting question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Sandra. I can't take all of it. Okay. All right.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Yes. Excellent. And with that, I would like to open our first panel session of today's event, and that is on farmers' well-being in Europe and the common risks and driving factors. So really digging into the details of what is going on in the sector, the specific challenges that farmers face. So for that, I would like to welcome to the front. We're going to be around a literal round table here, so I'm going to take a seat here. So I would like to welcome our first speaker of the round table, that is Lise Mesely, who is a senior researcher at the ILVO, the Flanders Research Institute for Agriculture. Oh, good. I was a bit worried no one was reacting. Excellent. Welcome. So that's the Flanders Research Institute for Agriculture, Fisheries and Food in the Social Sciences Unit. So she's been working on research on stress, well-being among farmers. She's also been involved in the Horizon 2020 Farm Well project. So welcome, Lise, to the panel. We also have with us today, I have to say, all of our speakers have a lot of strings to their bow. So I'm just giving an overview, but they've got a lot going on. We also have with us today David Rose, who is the Elizabeth Creek Chair in Sustainable Agri-Food Systems at Harper Adams University. Also extensive experience on working on improving support systems for the mental well-being of farming families. David, welcome. And last but not least, we have Finola Colgan, who is a Regional Development Officer with Mental Health Ireland and the National Lead for Farming Mental Health Rural Wellbeing. And she's also worked on resources such as coping with the pressures of farming and regularly writes about farming and mental health. So I hope I did you all justice here. Now, I've just realised I don't have the microphone, so I'm going to do that because that's going to be needed for the session. So I'd like to kick off putting a quite general question to all three of you. I might start here and work my way around. So the first question, perhaps you could set the scene based on your experiences and the work that you're doing, what you see as the most pressing challenges affecting the mental well-being of farmers today, and how different stakeholders such as these in the room today, researchers, policymakers, community leaders, can work together to address these issues. So the biggest, most pressing issues you see. So Liza, I will start here. I'll work my way around.
Yeah. Just my name is Lise, not Lise, but
sorry.
I understand the
Lise, okay.
misunderstanding. Okay, so I want to start by talking about the context in Flanders, because that's the one I know best. And there, I would say the most pressing challenge of today is uncertainty about the future. The regulation, really the political discussions surrounding the nitrogen policy in Flanders, what should be the direction for that policy. It is a topic that has been discussed the past 3 years already. A lot of different opinions on it, a lot of political discussions. It's very difficult to know what direction the policy will take, which means that farmers don't really know what is their future perspective, what kind of investments can they take for their farm, what will be the future, what direction do they have to take, they don't know. So it's very difficult for the business, but for sure it also has a big impact on their mental well-being, this uncertainty, also the political discussions that you read on in media, also talking about the negative aspects of farming. So it's really heavy on farmers in Flanders. And so I think what could be a solution or what is necessary is that a decision is made. A decision that is focusing on long term, so that farmers know this is direction that the policy will go, this is the direction that then I can think about what do I have to do for my farm, how can I invest, what will be my future. That is a quite general thing, but I think it's really important for Flanders at least to really work on that.
Yeah, it's interesting that you pull out there the certainty, you know, less maybe the policy direction, obviously still important, but really giving the certainty of farmers to know what's going forward. That's a big weight for sure. Many farmers I've spoken to on that. Apologies about your name also. YouTube let me down. I did try to get the correct pronunciation. David, let me pass you the floor now. The same question to you. I mean, does that kind of chime with you, what Lisa was saying there? What do you see as maybe the most pressing issues from your perspective?
Yeah, so I'm going to give a bit of an insight into, I guess, the global literature. We work mainly in the UK, some work in collaboration with University College Dublin in Ireland, but we also look more broadly. And I think, without wishing to overcomplicate the question, I think the most...
Is it still, maybe try and...
No, it's on. What's up? Okay, that one's working. I think the most pressing issue is perhaps slightly the wrong way. Is it because I'm in front of this? It might be. The most pressing issue is slightly the wrong way to look at it. So we often place an emphasis on mental health in times of crisis, so COVID-19, animal disease crises, weather crises. But we all understand that the farming every day is a very stressful occupation. Even in outside of those moments of seeming crisis, there's lots of different stresses on the farm, whether it's those stresses related to the farm business, weather, climate change, crop and animal disease, finances, whether it's those issues that people struggle with in society, whether we're a farmer or not, issues with sexuality, bereavement, family conflict, marital breakdown, problems of succession on the farm, isolation, rural crime, many of those issues, and all of those issues just been discussed with policy change and uncertainty. There's lots of cumulative pressures on the farm. And sometimes I think we know from the literature that the point at which a farmer can cope versus a point at which a farmer can't cope can be as a result of some big thing that's happened, but can also be as a result of a tiny thing that's happened that has just tipped them over the edge. So I think we need to make sure we don't just focus on mental health in times of crisis, but all the time. And I think the other point I'd like to make before we move on is the importance of intersectionality. Now, that's quite an academic word, but it really talks about the combination of different characteristics. So how does your mental health, how is your mental health challenged differently if you're, for example, a young farmer or a young female farmer or a young black migrant worker, or all of the different combinations of intervention? So very briefly before I move on, we've spoken, for example, to a lot of young female farmers in our work. Now, they are struggling with many of the things that young people struggle with, getting on in the world, peer pressure, isolation, various challenges of social media, which we'll come on to. But they're also struggling with some of the problems that we see in the farming community to do with gender. And we spoke to young female farmers who felt like were even less able to show signs of struggling than male friends, because perhaps some unscrupulous people in farming were looking out and expecting, this is their words, girls to be weaker. Many of those young female farmers had disproportionate caring responsibilities and childcare responsibilities. So you start adding all of these different things on, and you get those cumulative pressures that can mean that you can't cope with change.
Yeah, Oh, hello. Yes, it is working. Definitely interested to dig in there to the bit more targeted action and looking at these kind of more marginalized groups. You're absolutely right. I think, you know, the pressures can be different for different areas. And interesting what you say, because of course the focus is always on the crisis, right? But it's the day-to-day, it's the cumulative, it's the small things. But before we dig into that, let me come last but not least to you, Finola, for your response to this opening question.
Okay, thank you very much. I suppose one thing I didn't put into my bio was that I have a husband for a farmer, I have a husband for a farmer, or a farmer for a husband, but he would sometimes think he doesn't have a wife, and I'm delighted Tim is with me here for this conference as well, because all I've learned about farming has been being married to Tim, because I grew up in a country town in Ireland, Lismore, County Waterford, pretty ordinary life. My dad was a teacher, 9 to 5, didn't know anything about farming till the first day after the honeymoon. So it hasn't been a honeymoon ever since, but it's just to reiterate everything that the guys have said here, the issues around farming, like they're commonplace. And I think what we've learned so much from the FARMRes project, and having delivered it recently to a group of adult students, and looking at the case studies, what we all realized was whether you're farming in Finland or Ireland, Netherlands, wherever, the issues are the same. And so I'd like to endorse everything that's been said. But the other thing is, I think we're not looking at farming from a family point of view, because farming is not just the farmer out in the field going in his tractor. But the isolation, the sense of isolation is there. I remember, say, like, you know, having children and then you go back to work, I used to often feel guilty that I was leaving my husband at home for the first time, maybe in 3 months, on his own, say, and so that isolation is there. But I also think we need to realize that every business, like, and especially where there's self-employment, and every, you know, industry has its own stresses, but the stresses associated with farming are unique because of the nature of farming, because it is a 24/7 business, because of factors that you can't control, like the weather, like I did a presentation to a group of farmers in Longford, totally down, totally, like if you were to look at them, like they look depressed in their facial expression. And so somebody, there were a farm purchasing group, dairy farmer purchasing group in Longford, and their chairman said, let's get together, have a breakfast, late breakfast, great big old-fashioned Irish farmer's breakfast, and at 12 o'clock midday, and I was invited to talk to them. And it was just so hard to engage with them in a way that you normally wouldn't be used to get them around to identifying where they were at. But, you know, to talk, to chat around the table. So I just think, you know, a lot of pressing issues. And I also think what being said as well, that it's not about money. I think it's about attitude and how our communities speak about mental health is really important. Yeah.
All right. Talking about chatting around the table, now we can dig in. We covered a broad base there on your opening remarks, but let me dig in a bit deeper into what you've just said there. So, Lisa, let me come to you now. I mean, you talked a lot about the stress of the regulatory uncertainty, of course, and the regulatory burdens and this kind of insecurity of looking at the future. I think it can be difficult, maybe sitting in Brussels, to properly understand that. And I'm wondering, you know, what the role you think policymakers and community leaders should play in addressing this kind of stress, and also how to make this kind of stress understood, actually, from our perspective in Brussels. Because I think I do have a lot of people saying to me, well, is that really a really stress for the farmers? Or what does that really mean? How do we bridge that kind of gap in your perspective?
Those were things that were also mentioned by farmers that we have been talking to. They said those people in Brussels, they are thinking about policies behind their desks. They have no idea what it means on the farm. So it's well resonated. They came up, we also asked them what could be solutions for you. So we tried to really use a participatory approach, and they had really lots of ideas, let's say, ranging from people who work at administration. They have to do an internship at a farm so that they really learn what it is working on a farm. People working in administrations should have more education on systems thinking, like a farm is a system. If you tweak one part, it has an effect on the rest of the farm. So educating people in administration. I also know that some organizations, they made an escape room for politicians, and they could leave the room if they had completed all administration that a farmer has to do on his farm as a way to raise awareness. So those kinds of actions were mentioned. And then, of course, there was also a mapping exercise of what type of administration a farmer has to do on his farm. That was an initiative already taken by the government of Flanders to map as a first step. And then the next steps could be, it hasn't been launched yet, I think, to find ways to better integrate this administration. There were ideas of that digitization as a way to also improve these administrative burdens for farmers, that they don't have to share the same information again and again and again. So lots of different ideas that we gathered throughout our research. I think what is important is that it's an integrated approach. We have this Department of Agriculture, Department of Environment, all types of regulations related to soil quality, related to water quality, and everybody's thinking from their own department, their own topic, and then everything comes down at farm level. So I think the key message that I would like to share here is this integration of these different domains and these regulations, and think about how they all come together at farm level. That, I think, would be an important step.
I love the idea of the escape room. Did the politicians escape? Did they manage to get out?
I'm looking at the people who did it. I think some of them did, but it took some time, I guess. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would manage to escape, frankly.
Yeah.
But Finola, David, I saw you nodding quite vigorously as Lise was talking. Do you want to come in on this point?
I can do if I've got time.
Absolutely, yeah,
And
absolutely.
I just want to pick up on integration. And also perhaps we can learn from, I think, a missed opportunity in England recently. So we've got NFU representatives on CEJA here today. So England, as with the other devolved administrations of the UK, is going through a once-in-a-lifetime change of regulations after Brexit. And the English ministry, DEFRA, ran a Future Farm Resilience Fund to help farmers try and understand how to change. And that was the provision of free technical and business advice. So there was business advice provided to some farmers for free to help them with that change. That was a missed opportunity, I think, because if you look at the evidence, it suggests that business advice alone is insufficient to help farmers with the process of change. Very briefly, there's two great organisations I know of, I'm sure there's many more, that provide integrated support for farmers with their business and mental well-being. Rural Support in Northern Ireland and New York FarmNet in New York State. And a quick anecdote for New York FarmNet, they've been supporting farmers in New York State for 40 years who were struggling with their business. The first year in 1986, when farmers rang up and asked for support, they just sent a financial consultant. The financial consultant got to the farm and said, we are encountering situations here that we do not have the skills to deal with. Family conflict, lack of successions, families not talking to one another. And they said, I can't help a farmer sit down with a business plan for the future until these other issues are sorted out. Ever since that point, when a farmer now rings and asks for support, if it's suitable, two different people go to that farm to provide support. A financial consultant, but a family consultant who's a social worker. And they sit down and they start from where the farmer is. And the family consultant addresses some of those social problems. And once those are addressed, you can begin to start to think through how you can adapt your business for the future. And that family consultant also supports the financial consultant as well. So I think policymakers here have a great opportunity, if they're helping farmers through the process of change, to realize that yes, good technical and business support for farmers is important, but so is that well-being and family support that is really crucial in underpinning a farmer's ability to be able to plan for the future.
That's a very interesting point, because we talk so much about bringing the advice to the farmers, having the consultant, but this kind of double act is so true, that if you don't have the foundations of the social, mental well-being, how can you think of the future of your farm? It's a really interesting example. Finola, let me bring you in on this point of the regulatory uncertainty.
Yeah, it's a national issue in Ireland as well. It's an international issue in Ireland as well. Like, as the one thing that farmers struggle with, filling in forms, and now there's an emphasis on doing everything online, and there's an incentive about that, like you'll get an extra 3 weeks. And in a lot of cases, which is understandable, there's a generation of farmers will depend on the next generation or the wife, as the case may be, to complete that. Because it's not that they're not capable of doing it, they just don't have the time to sit half an hour in front of a computer when maybe something needs attending outside. And I think in terms of policymakers, they just, like, it's not just about writing out, this is what we'll do, because there's the human dimension that David has just mentioned. And maybe sometimes it's not just the financial consultant that's going out, it's the vet that's going out, the Teagasc, in our case, the Teagasc advisor, the Department of Agriculture. They're encountering those situations. They have a specific job to do, and yet to see the whole situation is topsy-turvy. So it can't be just like, this is what you do. It has to be an integrated cross line. But then I think it comes back to the original point, is why FARMRes is going to be successful as a project, is to break down the barriers about mental health in the first case. Like, and for people to see there are crises in families, but they're all manageable with the proper support.
Yeah, that's a really important message to bring across here. And on that kind of more human element, I mean, Lisa, let me come back to you here. So obviously, I know that you focus in a lot on this regulatory uncertainty, and I know that's a big burden. But let's talk now about, I think, you know, the literature and the experience has shown that there's also this closed talking culture in the farming community. It's something that Peter spoke about. I think it's come up a few times here as a major barrier in, you know, in accessing help for farmers. Can you talk tangibly about what strategies you found to be effective in trying to break down these barriers? Because I suppose it's all very well to have someone come, social worker, but if they're not able to take the first step and speak about it, I mean, how can we encourage kind of more open communication about mental health in the farming community?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. In the FARMRes project, we focused specifically on this barrier or this challenge to the closed talking culture, that we see that it's very difficult for farmers to ask for help. We found several barriers on personal and family level. The work ethic, you just keep going, I will solve my problems myself. But also at sectoral level in the farming sector, it's also this closed talking culture. Many farmers also don't really know the offer of help that is there. And we also saw it at societal level that there are some organizations that are tailored specifically to farmers, but the more general classic healthcare organizations, they don't have the knowledge about farming and the specificity of being a farmer. So different types of barriers, and we have looked for different types of strategies or solutions. The first one is within the farming community, share stories about farmers who have been dealing with mental problems and who share about their problems, but also how they asked for help and how they got help. Also the networks that are there in farmers organizations, there as well, pay more attention to the topic, facilitate discussions among farmers on the topic. So really try to take more smaller actions within the community to share their stories, to be more vulnerable and open up. That was one part of the strategies. Another part is to tailor this specific aid to the farmers' needs. Then the example that David gave, we have an organization in Flanders that's called Farmers at the Crossroads, that really gives that integrated help. With any kind of problem, you can call them and somebody will come to your farm, listen to your story, and together look for the necessary expertise. But it's also facilitating access to those organizations. And there in Farmwell, we have organized a tour, a bus tour with farmers, where we did a whole day dedicated to the topic of mental well-being. Together with the farmers, we visited farms of men and women who had faced difficulties and who shared their stories. Farmers at the Crossroads was there as well, and they gave a training on how to recognize signals that people might have mental issues, as a way to educate people about it, and also to give them tools how to open up the conversation. And this type of training was also organized to the category of people that we've called gatekeepers. the people who come to the farm, the advisors, people who sell products, the vets, also to tailor, to target them so that they can, usually they see already when a farm is in trouble or a farmer is in trouble, but they don't really know, they don't always have the tools to open up the conversation. So those type of initiatives and trainings is also what we have been testing in the FARMRes project, and so far we had some positive feedback from it.
That does, I mean, that does link me to one of my questions actually, because one of the main conclusions of the FARMRes report was talking about how exclusion and mental health, it develops really slowly, and it's these initial signs are so important to be flagged. So it's interesting that you say, you know, working with vets and people that were, you know, for them to recognize the sign. I think that's a really important takeaway point. David, let me come to you now. I want to come back to, Lisa mentioned it too, tailoring to the farmer's needs. And I know in your answer to your first question, you specifically pointed out specific groups that really need extra support, extra help. Or I want to dig into that a little bit. I mean, I had a question prepared on specifically young farmers, but you spoke about women, farmers, Black ethnic minority groups. So I suppose my question is, from your experience, I mean, how can support be better targeted to these groups? And maybe can you outline a little bit, you know, the specificities perhaps of I know you mentioned briefly, but we'll dig into a bit more about the specificities faced by these kind of minority groups.
Of course, I could mention different groups, but I don't have time, so I'll stick with young farmers, but to make the point that there will be other groups, of course, who need important support. So I'm somewhat daunted answering this question because there are many young farmers in this room, and your experiences and your stories are, of course, incredibly powerful and to some extent are shaping the research around this. So some work that we did in the UK with the Agri-Mental Health Group at University College Dublin in Ireland, we spoke to lots of young farmers about the experiences and what support they would find most useful. And I'm also pleased that in the audience we've got 3 students from Harper Adams University, which is the UK's largest specialist agriculture university, who have all done lots of campaigning work on mental health. And I want to introduce them very briefly, only to make my point, the point I'm going to make. And these are their words, but I'm going to say it so people online can hear. So we've got Zoe Legg, who is at the back, can stand up if she wants to. So Zoe, arable farmer from the southwest of England, very sadly lost her father very suddenly at 19, struggled herself with eating disorders, and has used this experience to increase the awareness of mental well-being in farming through lots of different ways, writing in the farming press and using lots of forms of digital engagement. So Instagram channels, YouTube, a very powerful way of spreading awareness. We've got Dan Boomer, he a beef and equine from Northern Ireland. He is a Farm Safety Foundation ambassador who do great work on mental health. So you can find the video of this online. So he stood on top of a box at the Royal Welsh Show in the middle of the showground. This is one of our largest agriculture and rural shows. Stood on a box blindfolded with a sign from a survey that said 95% of young farmers say that mental health is the biggest hidden issue in agriculture. Hug me or take a flower if you agree. And had lots of engagements, and he will tell you about that. At that show was a great profile to raise mental health. We've also got Darcy Johnson, beef and alb farmer from the southwest of England. She, again, has written lots in the farming press and lots of other places to try and raise awareness. So I'm honoured that they're here and that I'm here with lots of young farmers. But those experiences are all raising the awareness in places where young farmers are. So in Dan's case, at agriculture and rural shows where the farming community are, and you could think of livestock markets and other places where farmers congregate. You could also think, and I've got a student, Tom York, doing a dissertation on this, looking at schools and colleges and universities where farmers are, and thinking about how the curriculum and how mental health could be taught better there. We've also got examples of Zoe there using digital forms of engagement, and you mentioned social media at the start. We know, and supporters we spoke to of farmers' mental health said that young farmers are far more likely to want to get support online than pick up a phone and ring a helpline. And we know that online farming forums, social media can be incredibly powerful ways of receiving support. But as you said, and I think Peter said at the start, there is a double-edged sword. So we know that if we are directing anybody to social media, some of those places, Instagram, X, etc., are places where we're deliberately engineered to come into conflict with one another. and where we see things that are harmful. So I think I think digital forms of engagement are very important for young farmers, but we have to be very careful about how those spaces are moderated. So I think that's how I'd sum it up. Engaging not just young farmers, but any farmers where they are, not necessarily always overtly about mental health, particularly at rural shows and livestock markets. Maybe it's just an opportunity to sit down with a cup of tea and a beer and a piece of cake and just talk and see how you are. It doesn't have to always use the language of mental health. That gets over the stigma a little bit. But yeah, I think meeting them where they are, and spreading the awareness. Young Farmers Clubs is another one, other things to do for young farmers. Equally for other groups, seeing the spaces where they are too, and making sure you spread awareness and build those skills in places where they are, and you can reach them is very important.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that answer, and welcome to all of you from my home country as well, of the UK. Finola, let me come to you now. We've heard a lot from the perspective of the UK, really fantastic, very tangible examples there of strategies that are working to access young people where you find them, as you said. Do you have any specific examples of strategies from Ireland, from the Irish side, that has successfully improved farmers' mental health? You know, what insights? I know in your opening remarks you said that many countries are facing the same issues, the farming community in general. So what insights do you have from your initiatives in Ireland that you think could be more broadly applied in the EU?
Yeah, again, like they're reflective of what my colleagues here have said, just maybe with a different title. Just by way of an opening remark, you see, the reality is if I've diabetes, can I go out and talk about it and say I've got diabetes? But if I have depression, can I go out and say, oh, I'm depressed? And I think that's where it all starts, that farmers might feel uncomfortable and will feel uncomfortable to own up, to admit. I had a phone number belonging to my husband's business on my phone one day, and I had a missed call. I didn't recognize it, but I had a missed call. Name came up on the phone, and I had down Waterford, in brackets, Simon. And I phoned him and I said, I missed call from you. And he said, no, who are you? And I said, oh, I'm Finola Colgan, Development Officer with Mental Health Ireland. Oh, who did you say you work with? I said, Mental Health Ireland. Oh, thank God I don't need you. You know, that was once he heard the word mental. But I wouldn't mind, by default, I actually met him in person some months later, and I said, yes, you could do with some support. Like, as it happened, because there was a lot of stress in his life. So I think the starting point with any of these strategies is to break down the barriers so that people can, whether you're a farmer or otherwise, or a farm family, like a wife might feel uncomfortable talking, saying her husband has depression, or vice versa, or they have a child in the family suffering from depression, they want to keep it hidden. And once you hide things, it adds another burden to the family, to the community. So in that regard, in terms of Mental Health Ireland and what I've been leading out on is developing programs. Like the thing that works for me going into a farm group is that I can say I live in a farm. I have, as I was saying earlier on, that you have some sense of what it's like, and you're not coming from an office in the city, Dublin, and what do you know about farming? So you can empathise with them straight away. So we have developed that farm resilience page as a result of COVID. Teagasc, our national organisation, have set up discussion groups, which David has talked about there as well, and the importance of that. And then there's been a programme developed in Dublin City University. I know UCD do massive work as well in relation to, again, evidence-based resources and developing them. And I suppose it's kind of also like a sideline onto maybe the discussion. A lot depends on how that research is carried out as well. And a lot, like I've tried some of the questionnaires, and maybe midway down, you say, if you're suffering stress, depression, whatever, here's the organizations. But I don't think it's good enough in that type of assessment just to put it in, that those discussions, those evaluations need to be upfront with the people. And I think this new resource that we have, FARMRes, is going to be very supportive to any agricultural college in terms of training, education, and that it's integrated. And while it focuses on mental health, it's much more broad-based. So I'm looking forward to promoting this program even more over the next few months with agencies. So I think it's about education, information, not necessarily about money, and then to really deal with the form filling and all of that as well, to lighten the burden of farm families.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. I could keep hogging the questions for all of you. It's a great discussion we're having, but I will throw out to the floor to see if anybody has any questions now. Does anybody have any questions for any of our speakers? Yes, at the back. I guess from online. Is that right? Yeah.
Online. One question from Dr. Hector Upegui addressed to David Rose. Would you like to reflect a bit more on your experience when crossing mental health with other chronic diseases for farmers?
Yes, we haven't done an awful lot of research on that, but it's good to never think of these things as separate. So physical health, mental health go hand in hand. Bad physical health can affect bad mental health. Bad mental health can affect poor physical health. This is something the Farm Safety Foundation in the UK does a lot of. If you're very stressed, you're very anxious, you have poor mental health, you start doing things on farms that you shouldn't be doing, particularly with farm safety, for example. You can do something that is dangerous and you're just not thinking straight. We see that, for example, with the work of Florence Becker and Shoshana Inwood at Penn State and Ohio State with farming women, looking at childcare on the farm and looking at being distracted on the farm and stress and mental health and other distractions can stress your physical health and vice versa. So I think we do need to see those things as linked. I definitely agree. I don't think I need to say too much more about it, but it's a very important point.
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you. Anybody, any questions in the room? Yes. Yeah, you're right to get the microphone. Thank you. Great. Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself and then say who your question is directed to.
So I'm Daniel Boomer from Harper Adams University. This is a question to all. One of the big driving factors in the UK and Ireland is the end market and who we're selling our produce to. How can my generation approach the supermarkets to increase the public relation between young farmers and the public, to have a better understanding where people's food come from? And because farmers get really, really upset that people do not value with their food. And it's a really, really low strike, and it really puts people down. So how can the younger generation approach the supermarkets to tackle this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent question. Connection with the supermarkets, but also with consumers, I suppose. Any thoughts on this point?
Yeah, I would rather answer this from the connection between farmers and consumers, farmers and society more broadly. I think that is also a main challenge. And in another type of project, we have been looking at different types of projects to reconnect, and it can be different types of initiatives. So I cannot tell you this is the way forward, but we have learned from a variety of initiatives. For example, the very typical example is community-supported agriculture, where you have this strong connection between the farmer and consumers who pay him or her directly. But we've also found initiatives where farmers invite citizens to the farm. The open farm days is also quite classical. We also found initiatives where farmers organized a documentary at the farm and invited his neighbors to explain very specifically. It was about soil quality and how he is handling it on his farm. We had a farmer in France he's a member of a theater club, and he organized a theater at his farm. So the whole village was invited to come to see the play, but at the same time to be at the farm. We have also found some citizen science projects where citizens were involved in collecting data, for example, also on soil quality. That data was used then also for research that was relevant for farmers. And just by collecting these data and participating in interactive moments with farmers, they better understood what farming is like. And maybe to conclude with one final example, also in France, farmers in one specific region, they were trained to be facilitators. And then it was in a project where they were talking about development for the region, the landscape, but also local food strategies. And there, the farmers were the ones who facilitated discussions with the citizens. So they were in another role than just one specific group in the region, but they were the ones facilitating discussions, asking questions. It was also another way to really connect with the citizens of their region.
Thank you. I love the idea of a theatre on a farm. I would be the first one there. Finola, you wanted to come in on this point?
Yes, please. I think maybe again it's back to education. I know, like, say, and I'm sure it's probably the same here, but with a lot of our national, you know, Tesco's and Aldi, they put up the picture of where the products has come from. But in some ways, that's kind of selective too, because many farmers don't make that picture. So maybe, like, maybe an onus or some incentive be given to these agencies to promote mental health awareness with all these campaigns. Use that as an opportunity. Maybe I'm just thinking, like, your campaign was excellent, obviously, at the show, just to create that awareness and heighten it. But the challenge always will be, though, if something is just kind of local in a region, all these projects need to be national, because farmers are in every county, every city, outside every city. So, but good initiatives, but they need to be pursued, I think. But I think the providers, like, business was going to be business, and they're about profit, but they should also be about the profit, the capital profit of well-being for their communities and the people they're selling to as well. So, yeah.
Did you want to? No, happy. I hope that answers your question. We have another question online and one in the audience. I'll come to you afterwards. Yep.
So second question from Dr. Hector Upegui on online initiatives. So there are many initiatives now on coaching patients, people in need with virtual appointments, virtual coaching, giving them access to help via websites. But if there is no broadband access that works properly in the countryside, how to deal with this challenge? Any experiences, any thoughts? This could be addressed by any of the panelists.
Yeah, really into this interconnectedness of the rural. Yeah, go for it, and then we'll pass the floor.
Well, it's been one of our strengths in Mental Health Ireland is to reach out to local communities, but always and ever it's in partnership with our national agency, Teagasc, our other farm groups, or we're responding to them. So it's about going into their communities, going into their meeting points. And like, a website won't answer questions, a leaflet won't answer questions. It's like, that leaflet is no good if a person doesn't pick it up and read it. But I think the interaction and allowing people the opportunity to discuss issues is very, very powerful.
That human connection.
Yeah, absolutely.
David, on this point.
Yeah, briefly again, I think just to agree with the premise of the question, there were lots of divides in rural areas that prevent farmers, but also non-farmers, being able to access the mental health care they need. It can be hard enough, as we've all spoken about, getting a farmer to realise they need to reach out for support in the first place, but also when you've plucked up the courage to do that and shown the strength needed to do that, then you can't access it. And we see that all over. The primary physical healthcare, mental health care just isn't accessible in rural areas. So digital forms of providing that support could be very important. But you're right, there is a digital divide, both with broadband, people's skills needed to use digital devices, the finances needed to purchase digital devices. So it is a pervasive issue. So as with any solution, you can't just focus on the solution itself, but you need to look at the ecosystem around the solution. So Zoom might work for a call, but what are the things that need to be put in place to enable the person to be able to use that tool?
Did you want to come in on this point? No, we moved to that. We have another question in the audience. It was here. Yeah, if you could just introduce yourself and say who your question's directed to.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Gerben Boom, and I'm a farmer and board member of the Dutch Young Farmers Association. In 2017, my family decided to stop with the dairy activities and change towards arable, towards an arable farm. And very interestingly, we received so many reactions, positive, negative, but most interestingly, it was the people which contact us, my dad and I, with the question, okay, you have made a decision to stop dairy, but I am also in the same situation, but I am very scared to talk about it. and I'm scared to talk with my family, with the other farmers colleagues. And especially in this time, many policymakers are talking about transition, and policymakers are saying like, okay, well, stop dairy and start doing another type of farming. And I really feel that they are not aware of the fact that, well, it has a big impact on the practical side, because you have to change a lot, but mostly on the social side of the transition in Europe on the farming sector. So maybe as a question, how can we make sure that we as stakeholders, board members, and maybe other organizations can bring the awareness towards policymakers that if you talk about transition, that it's not just the practical transition, but especially the social transition.
Okay, who wants to come in on this point?
Well, I think that's a very powerful point, and to some extent you in this room can answer your own question, because you're very much at the heart of being able to make those changes and engage policymakers. But I think that harks back to one of the points I made at the start. Whenever you're seeing looking at transition and policymakers are looking to provide support for transition, it is providing parity to those forms of social advice that are needed to help people make changes. It's not just knowing how to adapt the farm in a technical sense, but in a real social sense. Because I'm sure, being a dairy farmer, I'm sure for Zoe being a beef farmer, she's now only Alba, that was part of your identity, it's part of who you are, it's part of your family's journey over generations. And actually losing that, I'm sure, took an awful lot out of you and was very stressful. And whilst I think we don't always talk about this, a positive, in inverted commas, part of the transition for some farmers who are struggling could be to find a way of a dignified way of diversifying the business, or indeed leaving farming. I think some farmers think they need to struggle on, and actually sometimes the right outcome might be to change, to diversify, to stop farming. But you're completely right that it isn't, because farming is a lifestyle, you have a generational history, it's part of your identity. It isn't so easy to just say, well, stop doing that then. It's part of the very fabric of the farm, but also part of the very fabric of the community around that farm. So I think you can only, when you have opportunities to engage policymakers, to stress that, because I think Lisa said this earlier on, sitting in an office is not always coming from that background. You don't quite understand that as you do in this room.
Both want to come in? Yep.
Maybe just to confirm that from research perspective, this has been a recommendation that we have been doing quite for some time, based on our research, telling that if you want farmers to make changes, make sure that they don't have to make these changes alone, that they have the support. So fully support your call for that. We have been also trying to influence Flemish policy. And for example, everything related to nitrogen policy, there was also appointed a transition manager that whose responsibility was also to help farmers in this transition. But next to that, I maybe want to add something else to the discussion. It's about transition, changing the direction of your farm, but it can also be changing generations. If as a father you leave the farm to your son, that's also a moment where important decisions are made. And there as well, it's important to take into account these social aspects. And I know an initiative also in Flanders where there is a knowledge center on farm succession. And they have different types of tools to help facilitate discussions between the different generations, and not only talk about the practical stuff, but also the vision for the future, also the social impact. As a father, you leave the farm, you are no longer taking the decisions, you have to leave the responsibility to your daughter or your son, also to really reflect on those parts. I think that is already a nice example to also take into account the social, very important aspects as well.
Finola.
I'm just reflecting, I'm involved with an organization called Global Leader Exchange Program, and they've developed a subgroup on rural wellbeing, and they hosted their World Conference in Utrecht. But our little group, which was like about 10 people from Canada, New Zealand, Australia, UK, we're all cross-sectional as well. And our three-day meeting was held on what they called an art farm, and the farm had originally been a dairy farm. and exact same struggle, like for the family. Nobody wanted, they considered maybe selling up and going to a different country. And instead, the wife was an artist, daughter had abilities, and they've created it into an art farm. But what I think is really powerful about that is they have a lot of people coming out to the farm, and now they see what a farm can look like, albeit there's no animals there. But it's just a whole sense of rural Utrecht, basically. So, like, it's not, you know, a family that makes that decision should be supported and not, you know, what are you doing? Why are you selling your land? Why are you buying out? You've got to be able to live according to your own means and your own quality of life. Yeah, so just, I remember that experience. It was very positive.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that experience there. I think, oh, we do have a couple more questions at the back. Are we okay to, yeah, okay. In which case, if we could get the microphone to, there was 2 hands I thought I saw. Yes, at the back. Oh, okay. Coming thick and fast now. Okay. Yes, we'll start there. And yeah.
Hello, so my name's Zoe and I'm here with Harper Adams. I think my question is that it's brilliant that we're all here talking about it in a farming capacity, but what can policymakers do so that farmers in the rural area have accessible services that they feel comfortable to access and can easily access, so that they know that there is support out there? Because I think one of the biggest challenges that we face is that not many people feel heard or feel that services are accessible that are rurally based or tailored towards the rural industry.
So it's an excellent segue into our second panel, which is completely focused on policy and what can be done. But I will take the question for our speakers if you'd like to come in on that, and it can set the scene for our next panel.
I'll just be really brief. So I think it's key, and you should never, of course, criticize any speakers. And it was fantastic that we had the introduction from DG, the person there, but aspects of that were defeatist. There is no money, was said. Well, there is money. There's money for lots of things, and there could be money for that. I think it's making sure that all policymakers know the gravity of the problem, and that really have a positive attitude to want to address it, and feel like you can address it. The challenges with policy, I think, and we do work on this too, that the gatekeepers, the accidental counsellors, the mental health charities, the chaplains, those who come into contact with farmers, incredibly important to upskill. But that should never be used as an opportunity for policy institutions to derelict their duty, which is to provide proper, you know, state-funded support for rural areas.
Just to add to that, and basically what David has just said, there's a need to increase funding, and it should be done without a complement. And that increased funding, and the point was made by the DG as well, like if there is a crisis, a sudden heart attack or anything, and we can clearly link physical and mental health, how do you access that hospital as quick as lightning? And if you're there on your own, it's about maybe making those services accessible as well, and to break down the barriers that if you go into that hospital setting, it doesn't matter which unit you're going into. But unfortunately, a lot of our mental health services are mental health services in a different building, in a different unit, and then, oh, did you see where he went into, you know, or you get community mental health centre. So none of that helps, say, but I think increased funding should not be a compliment, given that our farming communities, no matter where they look, are giving so much back to our communities, and they are custodians of the land and keeping it from generation to generation. So.
Just one final aspect, I think, as policymakers also, they really should listen better and involve the different stakeholders, listen to their needs, and also together develop solutions, working on an integrated approach, not just targeting one specific aspect, but really target it as in an integrated way. And then couldn't agree more. Also, budget, not only listening and discussing, but provide some budgets to take action.
So thank you for your thoughts on that. Like I said, Zoe, will be plenty of opportunity to dig into this, so don't worry about that. We had I'll take 2 final questions. There was one at the back here, yes, in the black, and yes, if you could pass the microphone. Perfect, thank you.
Hello, I'm Lars van der Kruis. I'm a social psychologist, actually, so the topic is really relevant to me. And I'm wondering, we're talking about young people. if I look at, for instance, other jobs that are happening in the world, you have doctors, you have astronauts, I mean, very typical jobs. They're recognized as jobs in which you are working in a high stress environment and very often in isolation. Within training, we know that this has taken quite a bit of time, but within the training, there is quite a bit of focus on raising awareness and developing skills of how you need to work in an isolated environment, remain mentally well fit as well. To what extent is this being taken up seriously in the curriculum for agricultural students, but also advisory services?
Well, I think you make a very good point that in our research, it was clear that farmers are not prepared to cope with stress, let's say. It was mentioned a lot that there is no education on mental well-being at all. And it's really considered as a big problem. We have also started up discussions with educations with different types of schools. Turns out quite some practical problems to integrate these things in the curriculum. But what we have also started up based on that research is a first project with college university. And we, together with the Institute for Healthy Living here in Brussels, who have really the skills to educate people all types of ages and to train them on their skills for mental well-being. And they have developed together with the Young Farmers Association a series of courses to train students to be able to talk about mental health. And it was a nice mixture of individual exercises that the students could do by themselves, but also group sessions with the teacher, organizing discussions, but also visiting farms, together going to a farm and also asking the farmer not only questions about the machines and the cows and so on, but also how do you cope with stress? What challenges did you face? And of course, it's just one project. I think it would be really necessary to roll this whole thing out and really integrate it in the curriculum of all students. But for now, it was already a first step that led to some positive impact.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and I'd agree with everything that was said. I can send you some research that I've seen on this. Veterinary colleges for a long time have been integrating mental health support because of the trauma that the veterinarians have to suffer in their job. I'll send you a really nice piece of work by Yori Canuck and colleagues at Lincoln University, New Zealand. They've put into practice a course at Lincoln University for their agriculture students, and that is completely peer-to-peer led. So the lecturers, the professors are never in the room because there's a sense that, well, maybe students won't really want to talk about this in front of, professors, etc. And there's a piece of research that was recently published showing how valuable that had been to their students. So I can send you that afterwards if we link up.
Again, is to endorse what has just been said. In Ireland, there was a once-off pilot project called Farm Connect, and it was based in two areas, south in Waterford and in very rural areas as well. But people weren't signing up to it at the beginning. But then when they put in the incentive of a voucher, and also maybe to go and get a free health checkup, it turned it around. And it's okay, like if that's the incentive you have to give, and then both the centres was like, but it was hard work to get people out. And again, it's about, like, do you bring the facility to the farm setting and encourage farmers to come and have that chat? And maybe that's the benefit of the farm discussion groups, when, the dairy groups are really beef farmers that come to meet, and maybe for them to generate that discussion, because again, if you advertise something, mental health talk or whatever, guaranteed, say, but you have to have something around, like, and introduce it some other way. And then, like, that farmers can understand, what, mental health is part of my everyday life. It's not out there in the having a mental illness, because that's different. But people confuse mental health well-being with mental illness and say, I can't go there like that gentleman on the phone. Thank God I don't need you. and I said, okay, like, so it's about language, it's about literacy. We need to break down those barriers as well so that people understand. And what about it, if you do get about a depression, dealing with it could mean the saving of a life, basically. Yeah. And sadly, once that life is gone, the impact and the trauma, and we see, unfortunately, we see it around us in our communities, in the farming community. Yeah, so very good question to ask.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I'm conscious the clock is ticking, but I will take the final question, which I think was somewhere. Oh, sorry, go there. Sorry, yes.
Elaine Houlihan, Macra. Just a bit of a background. I'm also a healthcare worker as well. So I deal with farmers as a farm leader, but I also deal with them as patients as well. Oh no, it's still working. I suppose my biggest thing for you is, in Macra we have a mental health initiative for the last 6 years. We've helped hundreds of farmers and rural people in Ireland so far through our counselling, our crisis response team, our awareness talks. Up on the panel, you said that if we say that we're having a mental health talk, that it scares the farming community away. Macra, now it's going to sound controversial, are strongly against that, because if we don't start normalising the word mental health, how can we get people into these talks? How can we actually support people by saying, okay, we're having a social gathering and we're going to add a mental health element? That's no good. We need people to actually walk through the door and look for help, not like dress us up. I'll be honest, I'm very against it. We are very against it in Macra. We use the word mental health the whole time. If it's not mental health, we will change it to you okay. That's the way we do it. But I suppose from your point of view, sitting up at the table, how do you see breaking down the stigma of the word mental health? And I suppose it's more mental is the issue here than the health part, because I see it hand in hand. Mental and physical health work hand in hand together. I'm a physiotherapist myself. Farmers keep me in business. We might as well be honest here. They are 99% of my patients that keep money in my pockets. But it's really breaking down that stigma. I suppose, sorry, my question was probably a tiny bit controversial, but I had to ask it.
That's fine. We like controversial questions. It's good. We're pushing you here.
Yeah,
normalising, this point of normalising.
Thanks, Elaine. And no, I probably sold myself short by making that statement in a general kind of way, because I am an advocate. Let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about what it is and say it. But when I was saying what I was saying is that if you're going public with an ordinary evening around mental health, unfortunately, in a setting, you may not get people to turn up. So it's not to move away from it, but I agree totally with you. And obviously, like working with Mental Health Ireland, and a lot of our work is around mental health and well-being, the 5 ways to well-being. We'll use the word mental health for sure, and get the conversation going on that. It's so important. That's why I think the literacy around mental health is so important, and that people understand, like, what's all our mental health like today, right here in the room? Are we flourishing? Are we languishing? Like in Ireland, we have an expression, stuck in a rut, can't get out of bed. But that doesn't mean you have a mental illness. It doesn't mean things aren't, it just means your mood is low, something's not right, and your mental health is compromised in terms of your feeling. So yes, I agree totally with you, Elaine, absolutely. And I know your campaigns have been fantastically successful as well. So well done. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Did you?
Only to agree with you. I mean, I think we've all argued that we need to try and find steps to normalise talking about mental health and using that language. I completely agree. But on the other hand, I would also agree that, and you see this in the evidence of many charities that support farmers, that sometimes it can be a barrier to initial conversation. And you can, by getting them in, perhaps using different language, you can begin to take the steps to talk about mental health. So I think the two go in hand in hand. We weren't saying to shy away from that language, but maybe not necessarily initially for everyone.
I suppose striking that right balance between access but also normalisation of this kind of language. Excellent question to finish on. So thank you very much. I'm now going to bring this panel session to a close, so I'll let you go. But thank you so much for the interesting discussions, and maybe give a round of applause to our panel. Excellent, thank you. And so I'm going to announce that we're having a short coffee break now. So we'll have a half an hour coffee break or a tea break if you're like me. There is actually, you'll see outside there's a number of paintings. And this is, the paintings are from a mental health exhibition called Mindscapes. This was created by Seja together with 12 different artists from all over Europe. So you have half an hour to take a coffee, take a cup of tea and enjoy the painting. It's outside and I will see you back here in half an hour at quarter to 12. Yes. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the second part of this event. I hope you're all caffeinated, ready and raring to go. So as I teased in the first half, we're now going to have our second panel session, and that is on supporting farmers' mental health, but from the policy, research and resources perspective. So looking at different proposals to support farmers in preventing, coping with and overcoming mental health challenges from a social and a practical angle. And so let me introduce our speakers of this panel session. So we're very happy to have with us today, firstly, Elena Schubert, who is currently Deputy Equality Coordinator in the European Commission's DG for Agriculture and Rural Development. So Elena, welcome. Invite you up to the floor. So, we also have with us today Verve Hindstrom, who is a specialist at the Regional Farmers Association, MTK Satakunta, which hopefully I pronounced correctly, with over 15 years of experience in health and well-being. So welcome, Verve. We also have with us today Sarah Ozturk, who is the Secretary General of the ENASP, maybe, the European Network of Agricultural Social Protection Systems. So Sarah's been working with social insurance for agriculture, forestry and horticulture since 2022. So Sarah, welcome. And last but certainly not least, we have with us today Rudolf Pulkstensis. I knew I was going to do that. Who is a farmer, and since 2020, Rudolf has been serving on the board of Latvian Young Farmers Club, and since June 2023, he's serving as Vice President of SEJA. So welcome everyone to the panel. So I thought perhaps we would maybe start off with some reflections from the first panel. So we had quite a rich discussion there about the issues that farmers are facing. And I'm curious to hear from your perspective, your key takeaways from that panel, maybe something that surprised you or something that really chimed with you. So perhaps I'll start this way, work my way along. Where's the microphone? Ah, there it is, yeah. Rudolf, something that really struck you was, do you feel like the first panel really chimed with your experience on the farm? What were your thoughts?
Okay, so I think for me the idea of an escape room was amazing, to fit in our shoes others that make policy for us. Yeah. So that would be great to try. I hope they agree somehow. So yeah, that's one of my favorite takeaways.
As a good takeaway, Elena, are you up for an escape room? Would you think you would escape?
Well, I think, Natasha, when I was listening to you, you said, well, you wouldn't probably not manage. I thought the same could be said about me. I am sure I would fail, and they would then probably have mercy with me and let me go within some time. But for me, the main takeaway or the very interesting reflection was indeed the reflection of this young Dutch farmer. At the end, I can't recall his name. I think he's still there, who talked about this transition. And the importance of the mindset of the culture to adopt to changes, to adopt to transition. Because we talk about how we have to transform our society, our farming communities into new, sustainable, innovative ways. But how are we going to prepare people to embrace this change? And this is something that I definitely will think about and reflect together with my colleagues when I go back to work, to the office, and when we continue our discussions on the future of agriculture.
Excellent. And there were plenty of discussions around policymakers' roles, so we'll get into that. We'll get back into what they were saying there. But let me come to you firstly, Verve, for your reflections.
Thank you. There was a lot of very good point of views, and maybe I want to bring up the topic of terms of mental health and what was the discussion about whether you use or whether you're not, and I think that's very important topic to understand. It's about the stigma around that term, and whether we run with it or how to walk like everyone can follow us, and which is the correct speed to keep everyone in, and about it's because it's not maybe all the time about the term, the stigma. It's about understanding what we mean by that word, and I think that was very good aspect to bring up.
Absolutely, the language element is so important. Getting everyone on the same page and using the same language. Sarah, last but not least, your reflections.
Yes, I would describe it like building bridges on different levels and dimensions. So not only the bridge between two people talking about how they are and their mental health, but also bridges between society and farming and agriculture. I think that's one of the main takeaways I had.
Absolutely. Okay, and I'm going to start with Elena here. There was plenty spoken about in the first panel about policymakers' perspective, how close they are to understanding the issues on the ground. I know that the European Commission launched this, new comprehensive approach to mental health in June last year, emphasis on integrating mental health across the different policy areas. I'm interested in your reflections on how that work has been so far and where you think that will be going in the future, especially with an emphasis on this integrated element. I know that's the kind of new vibe of the Commission, trying to be really interconnected and cross-cutting. So your thoughts there on the future of work there?
Well, thank you, Natasha, for this complex question.
You're welcome.
So, first of all, I would like to say that when we prepared the communication, it was a truly comprehensive approach because all services were on board and every service was involved, including DG Agriculture and Rural Development. And I can tell you that I can now speak. I can speak freely and honestly. When we were looking at the evidence about mental health of farmers, we have been very surprised by the fact that we do not have much evidence about mental health of farmers. We had some anecdotal information and indicators and intelligence in some member states, but we do not have the whole picture how the situation is in all member states. So as Director General of DG Santé, Ms. Galina said today, the resources from the Commission and from the EU side are limited when it comes to mental health of the whole population, including farmers. So our actions are going to be or were designed mostly for member states in terms of awareness-raising activities and campaigns. I personally am very much looking forward to the conclusions of the paper that is now in the preparation by the EU Agency for Health and Safety at Work on psychosocial risks in agriculture sector. This should come out soon if it's not yet published, but I think it will be published soon. This is interesting from our point of view. And most importantly, we looked at what CAP can do, Common Agriculture Policies. And as you know, the funds are unfortunately not limitless. We have certain budget and we can only operate with this budget. But within the frame of our action and funds, we have identified that indeed the most what we can do are the advisory services. We had a very nice and insightful event organized by our colleagues in CAP Network, who are here also present today, that focused on mental health of farmers. And the conclusions of this event confirmed that we need to have very solid, very specific and focused advice provided by the advisory services on mental health of farmers. This is not the case in all member states, so we need to strengthen this aspect. And about the future, I think we will come later to that, or you would like me also to refer to the future?
No, that's okay. We'll come back to that. But can I just want to zoom in on a point you said there. So you said that we don't have the full picture. We don't have the information that is required. So what exactly is missing and what are the plans to try and get the information that is required then?
Well, first of all, we have to see, you know, that in the Common Agriculture Policy and in all policies that the Commission is pursuing, the knowledge and innovation funded, for example, by Horizon, plays an important role. So we need to see what research, what insights, what exactly is missing, and we need to map the situation in all member states. I just give you an example. We have seen that, for example, suicidal rate of farmers in France is 20% higher than in any other occupation. I would be interested to know what is the suicidal rate amongst farmers in all member states. So we can see the baseline, we can compare and see where we are and then think about what actions are needed to improve the situation. For example, this is just one example.
So getting a kind of comparison across the EU. Okay, thank you. We'll definitely come back to more future thinking on policy direction. But Rudolf, let me come to you first. I'm interested in having your perspective from the farmer's perspective. The first panel, we spoke so much about the different stresses on farmers, climate change, different challenges, financing, etc. I'm curious to hear from your side how these issues have affected you and other farmers that you know, but also we spoke a lot about strategies and solutions in the first panel. What were the strategies that you found most helpful in dealing with these challenges? Where would you go for support?
Yeah, so I would say my first meltdown as a farmer was first year when I came back to rural area in 2017. So no, 18. So after investing all my funds, I saved as a bank employee. In July, it was like I didn't see money any coming in the coming months. The subsidies would be only at the end of year. So it was like a gap without income. And I think farming is the sector there where you cannot really know when you will receive money. So the issue about cash flow is the one big thing we need to work on. That's one point. And then I would say all the externalities, like we see now, the floods in Poland, in Czech Republic. There was also floods in Latvia in July, the last day. The fires, all the other issues is the ones we can't control. So we put a lot of effort making our environment good for us, but then in one point it disappears. And it's hard to get back on track after that. But it's a big crisis. It's not daily issues. And then also you need to deal with all the daily stress. So, and like all the daily work you do is you think you don't have time for thinking in future, but you need to have time to take one more step back and see the picture, where you want to go in 1, 3, 5 years, in 10 years. But the problem is that I also heard it in first panel, that uncertainty. I heard it a lot from every farmer I meet. Uncertainty in politics, uncertainty in the market, how it will go, where it will evolve. So that's the biggest struggle farmers have.
And in terms of, I mean, you said, there are various moments where you really struggled with mental health. Where did you turn for support there? What was the most supportive?
I would say my example is not the best, because I made second company in forestry. So to get a cash flow every week, every month. So, but if I look now on the decision I made then, I would not do that. It was even more harder because it was more time consuming and something new to learn. So, but I would say from Eastern Europe, where I come, farmers are like hard nuts. It's hard to break them, to start to talk, because I don't see a lot of farmers there to talk about their emotions, about feelings. They, of course, they say what they don't like in the CAP like programs, in like banking, in insurance, and any daily aspects you have, but they don't speak about emotions, about their feelings. So that's hard to knock it out.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why you don't have data.
Yes, there's absolutely links to what Eleanor was talking about, absolutely. And you say it wasn't the best example, but sometimes, it's really important to share these things, moments that maybe you would have not done it the same way now, but it's something that you can really learn from for other farmers. So thank you for sharing your experience there. Sarah, let me come to you now. I mean, we talked so much about uncertainty and facing the uncertainty. I want to draw on your work with NASP. And the social protection systems that you're providing for the agricultural community. So can you talk a bit about what specific measures have been you found to be most effective in supporting farmers' mental health through your work there?
Yes, so I'm not representing just one country. I'm representing 5 countries in Europe. It's France, it's Finland, it's Poland, it's Austria, and it's Germany. And in these countries, we have those special protection systems tailored to the agricultural sector or the green sector, we say. And yes, maybe also to your point about the suicide rate, that's why we have the network, because we don't have the data like the French colleagues have, and so we can rely on them, and we have a clue about how the farmers feeling in their country, and the French farmers and the German farmers have somehow the same struggles and same issues, so that's very important to have this. And also we are trying in Germany to get those data, but when somebody commits suicide, the profession is not documented, so there's no data. So maybe that's also a point. And I think we have to compare 2 different types of measures. We have the preventive measures and the measures when we have already acute symptoms. When it comes to prevention, I think Austria has a good example. It's the 7 to 7 stay, so that you can have a refresh or you can go on, I would say, retail holiday to get out of your farm and to refresh your mind and your energy. And Finland takes it even on the another level, because Finland is very far away from us others. They have 26 days leave entitlement, and I think that's a very great thing they developed, and I think it becomes 50 years. So it's very long that they take those measures. And within these holidays, the farms get a farm helper, so that the farm is still running and you can take yourself, your family, your children off, and to calm a little bit down. And I think that's a big part of mental health, which the normal society also is not thinking about. Because when you have a desk job in the office, you can say, okay, I leave the folders, I going on holiday, I set my mind on 0, and I'm refreshed again. And especially when you have animals, or you have a person at home you have to take care of. And I think that's another point of services which is really successful. When you think of farmers, we have more generations on farms than in normal households. And a lot of normally women, they run the farm, they take care of a family member, they're looking after the children, and for example, they also manage the office. And for those people, it's also good having strategies to talk about their feelings. For example, in Germany, we have round tables for carers in the agricultural sector, so there's an exchange, and also they are able to take a relief. And then when it gets more acute, so when there are already symptoms and when the pressure is really high, there are, for example, in all of our member countries, crisis hotlines. They are 24/7. There's somebody on the phone who has a background of the green sector. I think that's very important. We have psychologists cooperating with us. And what we notice is that when a farmer calls, he needs somebody who understands him. And a normal psychologist without the background of farming or agriculture would not understand the problem as somebody with that background. So I think besides of also stress workshops and seminars, these are the most effective measures from our member states.
Yeah, the program of the farm holidays actually is really quite interesting, because that is absolutely what I hear from farmers all the time. I can't take a holiday, I can't leave. But I'm quite curious to hear logistically how that works. Maybe it's not the moment, but but you already mentioned Finland, so maybe I'll move across to Verva. If you have anything to add on that program, I'd be quite interested to hear how it works logistically, but also drawing from your kind of experience in mental health support, your role in building this FARMRes toolkit, what would you see as the key areas where farmers need to develop more knowledge or more skills, or where do you think is the kind of key areas there from your experience?
Thank you. About the holiday scheme, I think even though we are having those kind of systems, it was very eye-opening when we started our project. We are in very similar problems and the issues we are facing with farmers. We still have the stigma around mental health, and even though the animal keepers are able to get out of the farm for a month, that's not helping. When we in the first panel heard about these stressors, and there is like a cake is built so high that even though you are able to get out of the farm, you don't maybe able to get out of all of the stress because you are, of course, the economic and all the stuff follows you. But of course the system is very, very good, and we are very eager to have that next 50 years also. But about this question, that's very wide question, and there is a lot of specific issue we can bring up. But maybe I think that about earlier about this mental health topic, it is a bit too abstract for farmers. It is when we talk about mental health, we need more practical examples. Because we have heard many times that farmers don't talk about mental health issues, and it's unrealistic to think that everything is okay all the time. We have ups and downs, and we all have it, and we have to start to recognize what the mental health is, and it's our lives ups and downs where we go. And we have to make that kind of language that speaking about mental health, it's not about speaking about some critical problem or about this that you have failed if you have mental health problems. We have to turn the language on the way that if you ask help for the mental health problem, that's strength, and you have courage, and you are actually working as a good entrepreneur, taking care of your farm and taking care of you and asking for help. And I think that is one big thing we need to work with to change the atmosphere around mental health speak. We often see mental health on the way that, for example, through these problems that you have stress, and the goal is not to have stress. But we have to also recognize that there is a positive aspect of mental health. And that's something that the tool is also opening up, like how to foster your mental health. There was a good discussion in the first panel that it's not okay to study mental health only in the times of crisis. Because if we focus only the crisis, we are not able to get this prevention part to working. We are only focusing to the problems. And as we heard, the problems, they are very complex, and there is a lot of different areas going on there. So what we can do to help or make a change is that, for example, this tool we made, it can be used in the many different levels, for example, in education, and maybe the best beginning would be before starting farming life, to start to think about these issues. So when you face these issues, you are able to recognize those, because everything starts with that you recognize the situation. But also this, that you start to feel that, is there something you can do with the issue? You recognize it, you know that you have economical pressures, you have a lot of loan, and what you can do with it. So we have to take another stakeholders also with, and to make it the thought in that way that if you talk about these issues, there is something we can do about it. We have heard about suicides and things. I think the persons have recognized their situations, but not maybe being able to trust that there is something that you can or someone can help. And that's why we have to go to more practical level of mental health in when we speak about it.
Absolutely, and knowing that if you're talking about it, there's something that can be done about it. And I really liked what you said about reframing this. If you're talking about it, it's not a sign of weakness; it's a sign of strength. I think that's really, really important. Elena, let me come to you now. You're scribbling away. I think I see you've been quite inspired. I said I would come back to you on the future direction of policy, and I have done, looking at kind of more comprehensive pathways to look at the root causes, everything we've been speaking about here. This integration, this need for integration. I mean, one of the main conclusions of the FARMRes report was the need for an integrated strategy on mental health at the European level, moving across different policy dimensions, so work, education, youth, agriculture, rural, etc. I know Sandra earlier said, you know, it's a question of money, but I suppose it's not just money, it's also the political will to do this. So my question is, do you think there is an appetite for something like this in this next mandate, or what do you see the future direction of mental health policy in farming being across this new political cycle?
Well, from our point of view, what we have already achieved during the current mandate of President von der Leyen is the fact that we started talking about mental health in farming. I have not observed this level of discussion about mental health as we did now since von der Leyen's Commission, and in particular since the introduction of this communication. I haven't noticed this narrative, and this is already a big step forward, that we start talking about this, that we organize events like that we have projects like FARMRes, who is taking up this issue seriously. So this is the first step. The second step, as you know, we have had massive farmers' protests. And I think we have massively reacted on those protests. President von der Leyen has put in life a discussion called Strategic Dialogue, where we invited all stakeholders from farmers, from farming associations, environmental organizations, NGOs, all possible stakeholders who have interests in agriculture and farming. And we have come to certain conclusions that we are now going to digest. And but one very important conclusion for me and for my colleagues is the fact that we need to improve and we need to do something about the position of farmer in a society, in value chain, and we really need to raise the profile of farmer. And farmers must get the recognition of the society as they are backbone of the society, as also very much pronounced in the communication. They have been named as essential workers next to health workers, for example. This is very important momentum. I have not seen it before in Commission's policy documents, that farmers would get such a profile and such prominence. So we have to go in this direction. And this, when we talk about the position of farmers in value chain, we talk about the position of farmers in a society. Well, this is a very complex issue. We talk about the financial help, of course. Von der Leyen has stressed in her press conference with Professor Strohschneider on 4th of September that she's going to work and she's going to continue on direct support to farmers, those who are in need, that we will continue fighting against unfair training practices. This all has an impact on farmers' conditions, and that we are going to even deepen our simplification efforts that we have already started at the beginning of this year. Just would like to draw to your attention that 25% of red tape reduction in reporting for farmers, and even 35% for small and medium-sized enterprises. So I think this is the whole package. Of course, we need to find the right balance between incentives, investments, and regulation, but we have to see the farmer as a human being. And this is, for me, my main takeaway in terms of mental health from the strategic dialogue, and this is where we have to, this is what we have to pursue when we plan and when we design our new CAP.
Mm-hmm. And so do you see the possibility of an integrated strategy specifically on mental health coming up in this?
Well, first of all, Natasha, we have already an integrated strategy, which is the comprehensive strategy on mental health that we have just adopted in June 2023. we have the actions for member states primarily and for the Commission. I mentioned the psychosocial paper, I mentioned the advisory services. So I don't think that we are going to have a dedicated strategy on mental health for farmers, which I think is not necessary, because indeed this is a comprehensive problem. So we have to look at everything around farmers, and we at the Commission level, at the EU level, we have to see how we create enabling conditions for farmers so they can live and they can operate. I talked about the unfair trading practices, about the position of farmers in value chain. I also would like to refer to rural areas, because we need services. I mean, Director General Ms. Galina mentioned the hospital being away 25 kilometers and farmers and their families dying of heart attack because they don't have services. So this is something that we have to look together comprehensively at the EU level. What role CAP funds play, what role European development funds, cohesion policy funds play, and we have to find a truly comprehensive approach towards this phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely. The rural, that's a theme that's come through again and again in this event, you know, the ties with the rural policy and farming policy and the interconnectedness of that. So absolutely. I will throw questions out to the floor soon. Not yet, though. Firstly, I would like to do a tour de table around here. We are sitting at the beginning of a new political cycle, of course, the new mandate, or the new second round of von der Leyen's mandate. I'd like to hear from you three. What would be your main message to policymakers right now going forward in terms of creating this comprehensive approach that we've spoken about in addressing these root causes? What would be your main kind of headline takeaway that you would like policymakers to understand? And perhaps I'll start with you, Rudolf, and then I'll move around.
I think I will reflect the first panel. I think what we need is a combination, not only one or other. It's combination, like advisory should come financial, one expert, and emotional, social, the other one. It's like a twins that come together, and that it helps to understand your needs, where you are at this moment and where you want to go and be. So yeah, we need to combine the issues together and deal with them as combined solutions. That's my takeaway. So of course it's hard, yeah, to understand, and also the differences in the member states, in the national mentalities is something we need to understand. The approach that could work in my country is probably not going to work in other country. So it should be a mentality approach also.
Yeah, this targeted, we spoke quite a lot about it in the first panel, the targeted nature of these strategies. Excellent. Verve, let me come to you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I think when we discuss about the mental health and we see where the cake comes, there is a lot of different decisions made in the EU area and made in the member states. And one thing, if there is just one thing I could wish, is that in all decisions is evaluation that how it affects to farmers. Of course, we have this big problem that farming life is going for a longer distance for the ones who is making the decisions. And there should be in every, because I think one part of this problem is that the decision makers is just not able to see the effects to rural areas and farming as a profession, how it affects. And then the cake just keeps going bigger, even though we want to get like smaller and easily eatable. So that would be like this kind of evaluation, how the decisions affects to farmers.
Really having that feedback. I like the analogy of the cake as well, having a nice bite-sized cake rather than the huge layered cake. Sarah, your thoughts there?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about that, and it's not easy to bring it down just on one point. But I think the most important thing is to bring a psychological, social dimension into the framework of the policies, and to formulate actually requirements that are achievable, and not only for one sector, but also for the society as a whole. So that sometimes agriculture gets the feeling when it comes to transition, they are part of the problem, but maybe the thinking about, or the wording could be different about it. And also there should be a clear commitment to the future of agriculture as it is established, as the structures has grown so far. So when it comes to transition, the pressure should be not so big. So change your farm at the moment, now, in the next 3 years. And planning security is one of the biggest issues about that.
Yeah.
When I can summarize it.
No. It's good summary, good distillation. All right, thank you very much. So I will now throw out to the floor for questions and also questions. There's a question online immediately. All right, we'll go for the question online then. And you think I have to press the...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go.
It's just taking a few instants. We have a question from Hector, Dr. Hector Upegui again. So Sarah shared on caretakers, and maybe could panelists provide more information on programs that support the mental health of caretakers in farms, and or do they have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, Sarah, you want to?
So is my thought, because it's a big point for our institution or member institutions to have a look at the carers. And what I described, we have the round tables so that the people who are in the care can come together, share experience, share also struggles. And I think one of the big parts is also the relief, so that the people can say, okay, I can take myself a little bit off my different roles in the farm, as a mother, as a carer, as everything, for example. So I think, of course, it's not only women, also men, but mainly a woman. So maybe I can pass the microphone.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
Yes, thank you. Some these programs, how to help. In Finland, we have this support the farmer project, where it's a holistic approach for the different situations. Like you meet the project worker and you are able to talk all the issues you are having, and the project worker's job is to connect the correct network members to the farmer to help the situations. Also, we have this mental health first aid classes where you can get this support for other farmers to discuss about issues and help about these things.
Just a very short note from my side. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the Commission has adopted a European strategy on care. I don't know how far you're aware of that. And in this strategy, it's very clearly highlighted that rural and remote areas are disproportionately disadvantaged. And that they invited member states to invest, but also the EU cohesion funds to invest into that. And this is very much linked to the fact what I have already said, that in rural areas we have the lack of services, including the counseling on mental health, but also including the support for care services. So this is something that they will pursue also. There are some flagship initiatives. You can have a look. Very interesting reading.
Excellent. All right, thank you for that tip. Did you anything to add? No. Any questions here in the room? Yes. We get the microphone. I think it takes a minute to wake up. That's okay. Yeah. There we go.
So sure whether it's a question or a comment, but what we're doing here today, and FARMRes has been doing for the last 2.5 years, engaging with evidence-based research and going through the different countries. But one of the things I personally feel is that unless we give a very, very positive, and somebody mentioned it earlier on, to farming and what farmers produce, the next generation are going to be turned away because they'll say there's an easier life, there's an easier way to get an income. Irrespective of whether there could be 3 or 4 children in the farm, the next one generation, one member of that family may not want to bother the hardship because of what they've experienced and the long hours that go with it. And yet farmers, there was a survey done in West Cork a couple of years ago, and 200 wives, women, were asked a number of questions, but one of the questions was about would they like to live elsewhere, and nobody, like 95% said they love living on their farm. but they worry about succession, they worry about inheritance. And I think we also need to get across a very positive message about the value of farmers to our communities as well. Yeah.
Didn't quite hear a question in it, but unless anybody wanted to respond to that point. Yeah.
I totally agree about this, that we have to also keep up the good sides. We have, even though we talk about the good sides, it's not meaning that we don't have this problematic side also, but it's not only problematic side or only positive side. There is sometimes it's possible to find some balance there. But the problematic side, it's getting maybe more attention now because we need to find the solutions, how to fix issues around there and how to find solutions. And that's very toxic if we are going to that way, that we don't find new farmers. Because as we all know, farming is very crucial profession. We need food and we need food production in EU area, and that's a security issue, and that's like what all society needs. That's no question asked, and that's a very good topic we have to like solve. And actually we don't have too much time, cause already this easier life is calling, and we have to face the fact that there's not easy solutions, and there is structural issues we need to fix also. It's not only like changing the way you think. It's about the structural things, and we really don't have maybe too much time here to have the farming. There is a very good sides in farming also.
Yeah, it's trying to strike that balance, isn't it, between obviously you want generational renewal, you want to, reinvigorate. Did you want to have a comment on this? Yeah, absolutely.
Just a small note from my side. We at the Commission at EU side, we are very well aware of it. You might know that the President-elect von der Leyen has invited our Commissioner designate in her mission letter to elaborate a strategy or intergenerational renewal, especially what concerns young farmers, family farms, and access to funding and capital. So this is something that we are particularly going to look very closer in the Commission, and we need to really evaluate what we have out there and elaborate a strategy how we attract more people into farming. And I'm sure that the fact that of positive image of farmers in the society and recognition of farmers is key to making this profession attractive for future generations. Yeah.
Absolutely. There was a point actually in the FARMRes report I found really interesting, which was, it said something about, I was trying to find the quote as we were talking, but something about the idealization of the rural environment sometimes overlooks the existence of the problems and the experience of social and geographical isolation. But at the same time, we do have to make these, we have to also attract people to this sector. So I do find that very interesting how you strike the balance between these two things, if anyone has any other thoughts on that. But otherwise, I will see if there are any questions. Yes, question over here and a question there. We'll go over here first.
My name's Daniel. I'm from FARMRes University. My question's to all. What resources can be offered to family farms to encourage the next generation, the children of that farm, to go to college, to go to university, to get an education, that if a farm ever did sell, that they have a backup, that they can go and use that qualification to do something else rather than having nothing. But them going to college and university will expose them to be able to be taught and educated about mental health and how they can deal with it. So the question is, what resources can be offered that to sort of entice farmers to send their children to colleges and universities for that reason?
Anybody want to jump? Yep.
Maybe I will start. What I have heard from many farmers is that they also don't want that their children go to agriculture. And that's the thing, they feel that they have failed as farmers. And that's really sad to hear. But I would say, what approach? It's access to education, because to go to good colleges is also costs a lot. So we need to think how to educate cheaper, more farmers. Because I know we have talked a lot in Latvia that our University of Agriculture, it's old-fashioned. It's not at the today's tasks. So the professors are really close to pension. They don't look at what's the best way in future, how to work. So we need to change also approach of education, I would say. Maybe I will remember something else later.
Yes, thank you. In Finland, we have privilege to get free education. So kind of it's possible, and it's kind of happening that also for farming areas, it's a similar possibilities to go to the college university or whatever you want, and that opens the possibilities and makes it a bit more in the same level in the town or urban areas and in countryside areas. So kind of not able to see maybe answer the question on the correct way, how it was meant. But about this, that is it a risk for farming life to get a bit more different kind of education, or does it make it richer to maybe get another perspectives to the same thing you are doing? And that is maybe there's not correct answer, but maybe it's not only a threat to get also maybe some another education than farming, and then if you go to farming, like that may give you another resources to continue, just like yes,
fresh perspective, perhaps. Yeah, that maybe that also requires some work on reframing that kind of question. I think David had a question at the back. Yes.
Sorry, you've heard from me before today, but this is a question I think mainly directed to Eleanor, but maybe for everyone. I wanted to pick up on two things. So you said about the need to expand the evidence base, and I think Verva talked about the value of practical examples. Now, to be provocative, you could argue that there is a large mental health literature on agriculture that dates back for decades. Although we could know a bit more about how it varies in countries, between groups, why some farmers cope more than others, we already know quite a lot about the problem. And yet the literature also tells us there's a real gap in studies that evaluate the state and civil society initiatives that are already ongoing, a lack of understanding what works and what doesn't, and also a lack of support for those civil society organizations who we know are doing things to work, but are struggling to continue that work because of funding. So in expanding the evidence base, should the emphasis be on diagnosing the problem, which we know a lot about, or should it be on evaluating and supporting those state and civil society initiatives that we know are working?
Thank you for your provocative question. Well, first of all, I'm sure that there are a number of very good NGOs and civil societies who work on mental health issues in certain member states, like Ireland. I have come across really great studies and insights, like Finland, like France. But I can tell you it's not the case in all member states. And if I talk from the point of view of EU official, we like to have the overview of the situation in all member states, so that we see the baseline, that we see where we think about where we want to get, and then to think about how we get there. And when we talk about how we get there, then I would come back to you and to the best practices, for example, in Ireland, for example, also in UK, even though it's not a member of the EU, but why not? We also get inspirations from the US, from New Zealand. They have excellent studies overseas that we definitely look at, and we would like to have an inspiration from this side, but we want to have a really good overview of what's going on in all member states. And then indeed transfer the good practices, what works, there. And I absolutely agree with you. I am against funding the research and reinventing wheels on things that we already know Why should we concentrate there? We have to see what we need and where are the real gaps. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Valid point.
Yes, thank you for your question. I have time for a couple more questions. We've got one here. Yes.
Thank you. So, Johannes, I was part of the consortium of the project. So, thank you very much for all the input. New Zealand was the keyword now for me. So, I was talking in the coffee break to some persons, so from the UK, with this dramatical change in funding after Brexit. So, and I remember in New Zealand in the 90s, they had kind of bankruptcy of federal budget at some point, and they needed to make the decision to cut funding. So, question them, so if they have such a good analysis, so compared to the budget we have in agricultural sector, how do they get such a good data? So perhaps provocative question as well. So would be nice to hear about that. Yes.
You know, it's easy because New Zealand is one country, so they have the data collection and indicators collection at the level of their national of their country. So they have the national data. But imagine the EU. We need to have the national indicators disaggregated by member state, ideally disaggregated by the level of urbanization for all member states. This is a very difficult exercise. I remember I was in negotiations, working on negotiations with Eurostat and member states back then when I was working on social affairs, on disability indicators, and it took years to get where we are now, really years. So, but we have to start somewhere. So New Zealand is one country, certainly not easy, but manageable. But for the EU, all 27 member states, we need to long breath, a long distance runner attitude. But we can get there.
Okay, that was your question. We had one more question at the back. I'll take, oh, there's maybe two, not sure. Do you have the microphone? Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, I was looking at, okay, yeah. Yes.
I think it's very interesting about the idea of looking at mental health from a more positive perspective rather than a negative one. And I think if you look at other industries away from agriculture, you have a lot of professionals looking for that 10-year, 5-year, 10-year progression. And I think succession within a farming business is a huge, huge fundamental part of people's positive mindset towards the future. So it's a question along the lines of, within the mandates that you create, have you got a particular focus on succession or professional development so that people can see a positive future rather than looking and reflecting negatively?
So from the social security part, for example, in Germany, we have special trainings and seminars to the succession. So at one part, there's the old farmer, and on the other part, there's the young farmer. So I think there are 7 parts of the seminar, and you go through it, and you also have not only the economic part of it, but also the future, the vision, and the appreciation of what was on the farm, and to be thankful is also a big point also for the older generation. And so for the social protection systems, it is seen, and there are different services and offers in all of the 5 member countries who are into that topic. So
Yes, that's very important phase of farming life and continuity. And in Finland, we have a lot of projects, separate projects, which is working together also to help these issues of the seeing positive sides, but also about this discussion environment and so on. So it's more fair for both sides, for the one who is giving the farm and the one who is continuing it, to get the discussion of what is the expectations, what is the roles, and this is all what is affecting to the mental health. And it's not based on the way that let's talk about what problems we are having. It's focused on the way that let's see what kind of future you are seeing in front of you and how you are able to get there. And it's we have to have that enthusiasm what young farmers are having in the very beginning of starting farming, and it have to be aware in all of the family members, for example, that this is where the young farmer want to go, and the positive aspects of mental health is also taking account in our farmers tool. We give kind of tips and tools how to keep up and foster your mental health, and what kind of action you can do in your daily life to have your positive mental health in shape.
I wanted to add on all the questions maybe together. I believe we have enough data. The problem could be that it's hard for politicians to read the data we have. It's my personal opinion, because we see that in our member organizations, they know how to work with these all issues in mental health. The biggest problem is that we can do it for some time with less money or few money, but we need to scale it up and understand that we need to give money for them to do it on bigger scale. So the question is how we can scale up the approach, the best practices to make it work.
Okay, there was one question at the back I'm going to take, and that's going to be the last question. So make it a good one. No pressure.
Thank you. Pressure. No pressure. Actually, it's a really good transition that you just said about scaling up best practices, because Sarah, I wanted to ask you, with the experience you have now in different member states, I mean, everything you talked about, the work that the network does seems very crucial, but as far as I understand, it's project-based funding. So I wanted to, so I just wanted to ask, where do you see that states, the EU or member states, should maybe do more on the public level? Because also what we heard earlier, there's a lot of work done by NGOs, a lot of work done by projects, this kind of stuff. Where do you think the state needs to step it up and consistently offer things? Well, yeah, consistently funded by public money that's plannable and that's offered, publicly. Thanks.
Okay, I hope I get the question right. So we as INAS, we are not project-based. So we are just our 5 country institutions, and we use our own money at the lowest level, I would say, to get the best outcome. And what we are struggling a little bit is our specificity. So we are small players in the insurance playground, I would say, and that makes it somehow not so easy with the politics, and because some of the budgets are not only from our farmers but also from the state. And when you see the structural changes, we have less farms, somehow we have bigger farms, but I think that's one of our big problems, I would say. But when it comes to make what we do more public, it's not easy, because it would be very helpful to have topics like mental health of farmers or the living conditions of farmers into the public media, but the public media often is not interested in this kind of topics, so that makes it very hard. And what I wish from this audience maybe is to have a look at INA's website, for example, to have a look at your national websites from your insurances, to have a look at what we are actually doing. We have this other project at EU level, Safe Habitus. I think a lot of from you are also involved in that, and we recognize within our German community of practice that we had alongside with farmers. So, oh, you have that service? I didn't know about it, and it's there, but it's not easy just we have the direct contact to the farmers, but they still don't know about it, and that's a big struggle we have. Is it the question, or is it? Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, you want to comment on this point? Yeah.
Yeah, just give some hope around this, that everything is going through our projects and so on. It was 2013 when it started small leader project in Finland, which was focusing on farmers' occupational health. And then next year started a regional project which was in the same area where I'm working, is that we started this holistic approach for the farmers' issues. And then it went to the another regions, and if everything goes as it is said, in the beginning of next year, it is going to be written in the law that Farmers Social Institution is the one who is giving this kind of holistic workability support for farmers, which means that farmer can contact in whatever issue connect to the working life, to the project worker who is connecting farmer to the correct network member. And of course, they are able to help. And if it goes on the way how it is written, also the vouchers for psychological help is able to provide through that actions. And the model started with farmers, and now it's going to be also fishermen and reindeer farmers, the group there. And what I want to say that the issues is very similar in all European area, even though there is a lot of differences, we have a lot of similarities. And what we need is a knowledge exchange, which we have already, but more and more of these kind of systems, which would be best if it's evidence-based, kind of shown that it works, and then to ability to put it in the different countries. But something big can start from something small, and that's why the project is very important. You can make a big difference throughout those. Thank you.
It's a very nice message to end on. It's always nice to wrap up a panel with a message of hope. So thank you very much. That will bring this panel to a close. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. Perhaps a round of applause for our panel there. Thank you all very much. I invite you to take a seat, and I would like to now pass the floor over to Mario for the last section. Mario's got a presentation. I'm going to talk about the FARMRes project's journey, where it's going, the action call. I'll leave it to you to talk. I won't ruin what you're about to say. I pass you the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. So yes, you will allow me that I will stall a little bit of your time also today to talk about the project, the FARMRes, because at the end, this conference exists because it's part of our project. So I will try to go around of why, the reason this project exists, all the things that we have done in the past 2 years and a half, and also what do we foresee for the future, for the next steps. So I wanted to start actually with the past, because as I say, the project started in April 2022, but it's 2 years and a half ago. But actually in SEJA, it has been a long time that this topic have been inside our organization, between our members, have been discussing also in the secretariat between the former colleagues. And they noticed that the mental health was relevant and was important to be tackled in a project. So, as I say, former colleagues, as Alesia or as my former colleague in projects, Alice Minikini, start to form a project on mental health in farming. They try several times, they form a consortium with magnificent partners, and finally, at the end, they managed to go to win a project, to win this project, FARMRes. So FARMRes, it came from the name Farmers Assistant Resources for Mental Resilience. And as I say, we started 2.5 years ago in April 2022. We started in our first meeting. I was not there, but in Granada. And in this meeting, the idea was to set up a vision for the next 2.5 years on what we want to achieve, on what we want to create in this project. Of course, raising awareness on mental health in farming. I think we have done a lot of this. We have been not only through our different tools that I will show you in a moment, but also through communication, through meetings, through conference, through this conference itself. Also develop resources, for example, the training toolkit that I will also show you now. And of course, create an impact at social level, and also create an impact at policy level, because we don't want that mental health stay as a project, as a topic that we bring up in a conference and then it disappears. We really want that this scale up. And yeah, we have done our best and we will continue to do our best. So from this moment in Granada in April 2022 until November 2022, we start working to understand really what was the topic about. We try to understand what were the reasons why mental health in farming was an important topic, and we start working in our first result of the project, that is the summary report. But before that, previously to the summary report, we start working all the partners that are part of the FARMRes project in our national report. So we have a national report from Ireland, from Spain, from Germany, from Finland, and also a European-wide one. It was really interesting process actually, because we had the opportunity to interview really a lot of experts at policy level. I remember that we interviewed Elena Schubert for that report. I also remember that we interviewed one of the attendees, Jeroen Adam, also for this report. I was really interested to realize and to really understand what was the specific challenge that involved farmers under mental health. So once this national report and the EU-wide report was done, one of our partners, COAG, Jaén, take care of putting all together and create this summary report that I really recommend you to take a look to it. It is really interesting because most of the discussion that we have today, from the factors that are affecting the mental health of farmers, the stressors, but also the needs, the knowledge gap, the education needs, all this can be found also in this document. It's really comprehensive document, and it was the open door for us to start working in the next steps of the projects. So this was our first resort, and then we start working, we start checking that this first result was actually real for farmers, that is not just how to say, we try to hit the ground and to check the realities. One of the things that we did while hitting the ground was testing it with our membership in Sella. So I remember that this photo is from our seminar in Jerez. And it was also a really interesting moment, because not only we validate that the results and the findings that we gathered in the summary report were real, but also was, I think, a break moment in Sella to start talking more about mental health. We did talk about mental health before in Sella, but I think this moment was really crucial. Another thing that we start doing for hitting the ground and check that the findings are real was to collect different success stories and different case studies of farmers that overcome mental health issues, or also not overcome, unfortunately, mental health issues. There is a 16 success stories that on projects coordinate. On project is another of the partners coordinate and put all together here, and it's also available in our website. Maybe one example of case study, because it's one of the person that I take care of interview, is a farmer that it's really interesting because it was a person that start working in a restaurant, and then she decided to change her life and move back to the rural areas, take care of the farm, and she encountered a lot of issues. She encountered first financial uncertainties. She encountered, she had children, so she encountered a lot of gender issues too, a lot of toxic masculinity, let's say, because there is a problem that was also mentioned in the first panel about child care, about gender imbalance. So all this was also identified in this case. There was a moment that after summing stressor and stressor and stressor, this farmer reached a limit. And it was also a point that it was really important because at this point that she reached the limit is when she started looking for help. And it was when she started feeling better. Not feeling better that she delete all her problems. The problem was still there, but still she could cope with all these problems and she could still continue doing her life in a better way. So this is one of the examples, but there is another 15 examples there. And again, I really encourage you to take a look there. Also, just mentioned before about the case study, it was really challenging to say because it was also mentioned this morning, but mental health is a really sensitive topic, and trying to convince people to talk about, to open up, to talk about that, and to publish it in a website that then will be disseminated. It was not easy. We are really grateful that a lot of farmers all around Europe accepted this, because this is not only to show people that farmers are actually having mental health issues. It's for other farmers and for other people living in rural areas to feel identified and to see, okay, this problem that I'm feeling is not only for me. There is another farmer in Germany that is having the same issue. Maybe I can do the same process. I can ask for help. So this is one of the goals that we get on that. Once we hit the ground, once we cross-check that the findings in the summary report were real, both testing it with all of you and also collecting case studies, we start with creating the resources. And we start creating the training toolkit of FARMRes. Especially this task was mainly coordinated by Finola and Virve from Mental Health Island and from NTK. They did an excellent job there. And we create a toolkit that our goal was to provide tools for prevention, detection, and first aid for farmers that are facing mental health issues. The idea of the different tools was not to replace professional health or professional help. The idea is to give a bit of pathways for farmers, for people, to start looking for the right help that they might need. There was also mentioned during both of the panels that there is a lot of lack of access to health services in rural areas. There is a lot of lack to knowledge. The goal of this tool, of this training toolkit, is to provide the first step and to provide the first moments to start talking and to start taking care of your mental health. So for the prevention tools, we This is basically a list of educational modules and learning materials on different topics that actually have been also mentioned here, from business management, also from emotional skills, also how to talk with another person about mental health. I remember it was mentioned about the close talking culture that the farmers have. So this is one of the first steps that we took here, the prevention tools, to start checking how to improve your well-being and your mental well-being here. We also create these detection tools. It's a self-assessment formulary created by Mental Health Island. It's a quality of life survey. And this survey is divided in different sections, both in workloads, on how you feel about your physical health, how you feel about your mental health. And at the end of the survey, they give you a result of if you really need to find help more urgently, or you maybe are quite okay, but still they recommend you to go to the modules and to still work in the prevention of the mental health. But again, as someone mentioned, I don't remember, but it's not only about using this detection tool on moment of crisis. It's a tool that maybe you can use periodically. You can use when you feel that maybe there is something around your brain that is not really working. So it's for all the time. And the third tool is the first aid action oriented tools. Here is more a set of tips based on the questionnaire, based on the results. They will give you different pathways. So for example, if you are in an urgent situation, they will probably redirect you to contact in your country that can help you in an urgent way. If, in the other hand, you are quite okay, they still give you some tools that you can still use to, again, improve and train yourself and take care of your well-being. One of the things that is really interesting for me is also the 5 ways to mental health. I think Mental Health Ireland have been also working a lot on that. And it's 5 steps that you can take every day on yourself, and it helps you to maintain connected to the world and to take care of your well-being. So also this training toolkit was tested by farmers, was tested by SEIA members. It was really nice session also in December of last year, and it was really interesting because we received a lot of comments and we received a lot of corrections. We took all these corrections, we make the final version of this training toolkit, and then we send it to own projects so they can create the FARMRes app. This FARMRes app is a digital tool that is part of the project that includes all the resources and all the resources that we have working on these last 2.5 years. It includes not only these 3 tools of the training toolkit, but also the summary report, the case studies, and all the contact for people that may need. I recommend you, I encourage you to scan this QR code because you can access to the FARMRes app directly here with your phone, also with your computer. I will just put a quick video, it's only 1 minute, and it's introducing the the FARMRes app.
Explore the comprehensive results of our project through this user-friendly digital platform. In each of these sections, you will find a short tutorial on how to use them. Training toolkit. Access practical resources designed for prevention, detection, and first aid action-oriented tools to respond to mental health challenges. Summary report. Delve into an in-depth analysis of the socio-occupational landscape of European farmers, exploring its correlation with mental health and general well-being. Farmer success stories. Discover and learn about success stories from farmers who have effectively tackled and overcome mental health challenges associated with work-related stress. We invite you to navigate through these valuable insights and tools that aim to enhance awareness and the support available for mental health within the farming and rural community. To begin, simply click on the desired section. Let's get started on this journey to foster mental well-being in agriculture.
And this actually will be the main result of our project because it gathers everything in a digital platform and it's really accessible for everyone here. But as I say at the beginning, we didn't only want to create resources, we didn't want to raise awareness of mental health, that both of these things are really important, but we want also to create an impact both on social level and on policy level. And one of the things that we want to express is that all stakeholders should acknowledge the specific challenge that farmers are facing every day on their mental health. We want people, we want stakeholders, not only farmer organizations, but also policymakers and other stakeholders in the agri-food value chains to commit for policy and for advocacy to improve the mental health of the farmers. We want to also raise importance on funding because funding is not only important to create projects, but also it's important to fund the health services in rural areas. It's important to also create more research in mental health in rural areas and in farmers. So this is another important part that we want to raise here. And we also want to focus on the importance, as we have mentioned already in both of the panels, on the need of more education and more training to close this knowledge gap. So we create this open letter of commitment to a good mental health in agriculture. You can access from this QR code. And what we want to do is encourage you to take this letter and make it yours in your organization or also individually. Disseminate it and try to work with these points and also with more if you want to support and to improve the mental health and the well-being of the farmers. So with that, thank you very much, and if you have any question. If not, Marion?
Thank you, Mario. And thanks a lot also to all the project partners in the room, because I know that this presentation is also the outcome for you of 2 years of work. So I'm extremely proud to be standing here to conclude this conference and also to conclude a project which we would hope, I think collectively, does not end, because for me it is not the end of something today, it's the step to create something new afterwards, to go keep raising awareness in our networks, in society in general, on your farm, with your advisors, if you are doctors, because I know some of them follow us online. We all want the same thing here, which is the awareness to be risen. If you allow me, because we have heard a lot of stories today, I would like to start with a personal anecdote. Some years ago, there was a young farmer from Sija who reached out to me and he said, I have negative thoughts and I cannot get them out of my head. I judge someone like me to be able to know about mental health. I would say my awareness of those issues is quite high. Nevertheless, when that happened, I didn't feel equipped. I know the realities of the farms. I know the realities of our members because I discuss with them a lot, but as a staff member, a staff worker in a farmer organization, I do not have the training to be able to really address that situation. So I tried my best, but I also knew that I could count on an organization around me that would be able to support that person through the force of the network, through the force of exchanging stories, but also just by coming every month to our working groups, because that was, for that young farmer, the one thing that made him feel that he could continue. And I'm not sharing that story because I want this ending of the conference to be bleak or depressing. I'm sharing it because for us, when we started FARMRes and when we kept working through, we knew from the start it's about two things. It's about the people and it's about the policy. So I will go through the people and the policy for these conclusions. We've heard it in the two panels, farming is a vocation, and it is one that when you are very lucky to witness, you feel very humbled by. I personally, but I also know it is the case of all the people who have been working on that project. I feel humbled when I meet a farmer who is so strong in his conviction or in her conviction and says, I have a very deep connection to my farm, to my rural area, and not only am I a farmer, but I am also someone who takes on my personal times to help people in my local community. I'm someone who takes the time to go in young farmers organization, to create social connection, to create advocacy, to bring visibility to who we are. And this, to me, is the most humbling thing. But we know that this comes with beauty. It can also come with difficulty. And this is where FARMRes is important. We talked about it. We discussed about the uncertainty of the future. We discussed about the many aspects that actually affect mental health. And I think, Rudolf, you said something earlier that also struck me a bit. You said, sometimes we feel like we don't have the time to take a step back and think of the future. This is very key to me because that's what we're trying to do in CIJA, to take a step back and think of the future. We talked about the importance of prevention, of detection, of first aid. We talked about that amazing toolkit that was created by the FARMRes Consortium. But again, this is not just about the farmers. This is also for people like me, so that the next time a young farmer reaches out to me with their difficulty, I know where to go to help them find a tool. It's about the advisors, the educational system. It's about the policymakers, including some of them at local level who are in the very first line. And I think it's important to highlight. It's about the bankers, the business operators. It's about the contractors. It's about the value chain operators. And I think all those people are also very much targets of this project. We talked with Hélène earlier from Macra when she stood up and she said, we think it's important to speak the language of mental health. Again, very essential. That's the type of language that you do not hear every day, but if you have a chance to hear it, it might in the future save you at some point. Now, let me pass to the policy. Earlier this year in March, we had the second edition of our EU Young Farmers Leadership Program. We welcomed a group of 50 young farmers in Brussels, and the theme of those 3 days was mental health. We learned a lot through those few days, but one thing we learned especially is that on the policy front, we still have a lot of efforts to make. We talked about it. The lack of evidence sometimes can be an obstacle, but also, and I think this is where the action of CIJA, but also all the other farm organizations matters, it's about addressing those very key stressors in agriculture. So it's about going to negotiate with the rest of the value chain to claim for better prices, because you want to have a fair return of all the work that you're doing. It's about the long-term vision for rural areas to give access to specialized doctors, because we know that they are lacking. We know also that general practitioners, who are a very important link in mental health aspects, are also starting to lack. So this is also a territorial policy. We know about the administrative aspect, the fact that we are asked, and there is a big ask to reach a lot of requirements that can be inconsistent between themselves. So we need to solve that. We need to solve the administrative burden that comes with trying to find out your way through all these requirements. So it is very much about policy. And in CIJA, the core mission of our organization since 1958 has been to enable better living and working conditions in agriculture. And this is also about it. This is also about mental health. So on this, I think it's time for me to go around to thank a few people. I would like to start with the young farmers in this room who have contributed through the working groups of CIJA, but also through many bilateral discussions to the creation of this project in the first place, but also to the fact it is fact-checked, like ground-checked. So very important. We also have a few of our members who have contributed directly through their testimonies to the project. So a big thanks to them. I also want to thank our project partners. So in the room we have Finola, Virve, Johannes, Juan Carlos and Jacopo. And I think online there might be Ada and Nacho as well. So a big thanks to all of you for believing in this adventure, and also because you have brought your energies, whether you are working with farmers, mental health organization, communication specialists. All of you have really contributed to the raising of awareness that we have made our common mission in the last 2.5 years. So a big thanks from also the bottom of our hearts at CIJA for this. I want to thank, of course, the guests to this conference, the speakers, DG Agri, Elena. We know that you are an advocate of mental health in agriculture. We very much value this. Also Sandra Gallina, the Director General of DG Santé, who was here earlier. Big thank you to DG Santé as well for accepting to come and speak with us, farmers. I think it is always a very appreciated step from you. I want to thank also our presidency in CIJA, because I work very closely with them, and I can tell you that their board meetings, the spirit that they put in CIJA, the availability that they have towards our members is really something that we can all be very proud of. So a huge thanks to you five. Katharina is already gone for another event, but we know that you are very committed to this. And I also want to thank two last people, let's say. On the one side, you have seen the mental health exhibition. I know that we have some of the artists who are following us online as we speak. It has been really a pleasure to work with artists from all over Europe, also from urban areas, who have accepted the challenge to try to understand what this whole endeavor is about. And of course, I need to thank the CIJA team from past and present. We have my predecessor in the room. Without her willingness, this project would have not existed, because she pushed through until we had it. So a huge thanks to you, Alessia, and for the work you're doing with the EU CAP network on the topic as well. It's very important. Of course, our team, so Anna, Sébastien, Alt, Julia, and Richelle for the support in this conference. And I'm going to end with someone very special that I know is going to be very mad at me for this. But earlier, Sandra Gallina said that managing a project took a hero. I have to say that in CIJA, we have our personal hero, that is Mario. He is our mental health advocate, our project manager, is also an exceptional colleague. So I really want to thank him, because this moment is also his. So Mario, a big thanks to you. And of course, last but not least, Natasha. Thank you very much for the moderation, and we know that this is also a topic of personal interest to you. So thanks for sticking up with us today. And on this, I would close the FARMRes Final Conference. We will be having lunch at 1:30 this way outside. So thank you very much again for your attendance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Always love when you moderate. Yeah. And if you want to do a CAP application, hit me up. I don't know whether you have my number. I don't know whether the Dutch is any problem, but and otherwise there are also. Yeah, happens every year. I normally do it in the last 2 weeks.